Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. We're continuing our book study on the Cosmic Doctrine. We find ourselves on chapter 13. So we've done a lot of introspection and contemplation on this very advanced metaphysical text. And tonight we go even deeper, hopefully deeper in our understanding and not just a collection of words. So, the book study has not happened in the past 2 weeks for good reason. Hopefully, during that time, you have been enjoying your life. If not, then perhaps you can start today because it's all a choice that's up to you. Now, before we begin, we're going to do just a little bit of a recap so that we can kind of catch up and pick up on common ground. We'll do that for sure. Peace and greetings to all my favorite people in the universe. Peace, peace. Good to see you all. Honey Brown, welcome. Hope you're having a great evening. WVT, my friend. Peace, my fellow mages. Peace to you. Michael Thomas, 7324. Peace, greetings. Welcome. Zero, the hero. Appreciate you. Peace, my friend. Brian's Knowledge Room. Peace, brother. Peace. My man 5, Fat Tony. Peace and greetings, bro. Hope you're doing well. Rosa Flame. Peace and greetings. Good to see you. 9 Volta. Peace. Monica Lawan. Peace and greetings. Peace. So let's get into it, shall we? The Cosmic Doctrine, chapters 1 through 12, core cosmology, key mechanics, and spiritual evolution. How's the audio? Can you guys hear me just fine? Is the music too loud? Is the audio too low? Let me know. Those of you who have ears to hear. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. Peace. Ya Micah. Peace, my friend. Peace. Rosa Flame says it's good. 9 Volta says sounds perfect. Okay, excellent. Let's continue then. So the Cosmic Doctrine, chapters 1 through 12. Let's talk about it. So why are we even paying attention to this book, right? This is not about astrophysics. You can get that somewhere else. We're training images for the mind. And the deeper you get in your occult understanding, you'll start to see why this is important. Because when you die, when your physical body dies, right? You can't breathe anymore. You can't eat that good food or have that sex or hang out with your friends or play video games or sports, ball or whatever. When your body dies, you're not taking astrophysics with you. Guess what you're taking with you? You're taking with you the shapes of the patterns that you've allowed your energy to survive in. You've been training your energy. You've been training your elementals. You've been training your essence through image, through repetition, right? So think about your life right now. Think about the patterns that you have created, that you exist through. The essence of those patterns is what remains after the physical body dies. So with that being said, right, if that statement is true, then that would mean that we should take diligence to ensure that the patterns of energy that we're training is going to be useful and appropriate for whatever existence we hope to exist in. J Martin 9477. Peace. So the purpose is to reshape perception, to develop occult cognition as opposed to mundane human animal cognition. These metaphors are tools to think like a god, to think like a logos, the world creator, the simulation builder. A lot of people complain about us being in a simulation. Well, you are the builder of the simulation. If you're going to complain, then change it. Do something about that. You're learning how consciousness builds universes. The primordial scene, the central stillness. So absolute stillness is at the very center of these three rings. Vast movement on the circumference, the edge of these rings. And all these realities build tension between poles. Stillness of spirit, movement of matter, interaction of mind and consciousness. So we talk about this great entity, this cosmic being that has entered the field of stillness. Its presence disturbs the equilibrium. Its motion generates the three great rings. This is the root of all subsequent cosmic structuring. So let's talk about these three great rings. So spinning around clockwise, we've got the ring cosmos. This is expansion, integration, order, currents of coherence. Spinning perpendicular 90 degrees is the ring chaos. This is resistance, this is friction, this is challenge. The opposing force that is necessary for evolution. And the boundary of this entire activity of consciousness, we call this the ring pass not, because this is the boundary of the awareness, of the attention, of the consciousness that we are playing with at the time. This is the firmament of all existence, the boundary beyond which the entity cannot act. This defines the working arena of evolution. Why do the rings matter? Every experience is an interplay of cosmos and chaos, order and chaos, the two polarizing expressions. You can call it good and evil, you can call it positive, negative, you can call it masculine, feminine, doesn't matter what you call it. There is a polarity that exists, and because of the polarity, because of the push-pull, we have experience as we know it. A fish born in the water doesn't know what water is, but it knows, its senses can perceive when there's something other than the water, other than the still water. Just like us. We're not really aware of the oxygen, the air that surrounds us. We're aware of differences in our sensations. When it starts getting too hot or too cold, you become aware of that. But when it's just right, you don't even think about it. You don't even think about it. 7 grams, 5160. Peace, peace, my guy. Peace, soul food. What do you call it? That gumbo, metaphysical gumbo? I forgot what you call it. Mark Roy, 7676. Peace, peace. Zero says, ring pass not is the I'm first correspondence. It's possible. It's possible. We could say yes, but I'll say that it's possible. So spiritual development is learning to navigate between these two forces, between the polarity. Spiritual development is learning to navigate between the polarity, whether you call it good or evil, left and right, masculine, feminine, order, chaos, rajas, tamas. You become the third element, and it's your duty to find and express that third element. If we're talking about the gunas, we call that sattva. So these rings are the cosmic engine. You'll see them all up and down and all throughout existence. So let's get to the rays, right? We talk about these 12 rays. These are directional currents. Directional currents. These 12 rays are divided into upper and lower arcs, straight line movements. They establish direction, intent, archetypal patterns. That's why it's very key for us in our understanding. These 12 rays represent archetypal patterns. They are the foundation for the zodiac, for the Sephiroth projections, and for archetypal energies. The Logos uses these patterns later on. We're going to get into that. If you wanted to see this in 3D, I think it'd be a good idea to conceptualize an orange, a peeled orange. And imagine that peeled orange has 12 slices. 12 slices. You could kind of see these three rings, the ring cosmos, the ring chaos, the ring past not, as a sphere, right? One ring going around left and right, one ring going up and down, and one ring covering the whole circumference. You can see that as the orange. Now, these 12 rays, you can see them as the 12 slices of the orange. Now, the circles, the recurring currents, these are movements that return to their source, right? Because the universe doesn't go in a straight line. Because of the polarity, because of the push and pull, a straight line is curved. That's why everything in this manifest dimension turns out to be a spiral or circular. And these movements are the basis of repetition, the basis of memory, the basis of rhythm, the basis of what you call magic. Magic is the art of wielding spirals. That's what we do. That's what we do. When you do a ritual, you're starting a spiral. You're harnessing a spiral. You're sending it out, and you're waiting for it to loop back around. Circles plus rays, this creates the first grid of consciousness, the first matrix for consciousness to express itself within. Now, interlocking patterns generate stress lines. So it literally is like a matrix. It's like a grid. It's like this framework for consciousness to build within. So these lines, these intersecting lines, become the forming fields of all future manifestation. Every atom, every soul, every planet emerges from these patterns that we just described. The 3 rings, the 12 lines, the 7 circles. This is the skeleton of the universe. Everything is built on top of that pattern. That's why damn near everything that you can study, you'll find these patterns. You'll find the 3, the 6, the 9, you'll find the 12, you'll find the 7. Because these numbers represent movement. They represent the patterns that form the skeleton of this matrix. Traveling atoms. We're talking about the cosmic scale. So repeated motion eventually settles into atoms, or what the book calls atoms. And there's 2 types. There's settled atoms, which are simple, they're stable, they stay in one place. And then there's traveling atoms. They're complex, they're dynamic, and they are learning. Because in their travels across the cosmos, they're assimilating and acquiring data. And what data are they acquiring? They're acquiring different patterns, different angles of understanding of the 3, the 7, the 12. And in acquiring all of these patterns, it's gradually becoming self-aware. Rosa Flame says, this book and the handbook for the new paradigm, both were talking about the importance of 3, 7, and 12. Yes. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to whip that book back out. Absolutely. Now, these traveling atoms, they represent the templates of future souls. They absorb the influences of all the rays and the rings. Repetition is the first law of manifestation. The core principle, motion, is repeated throughout the cosmos. And that repeated motion, guess what it does? It creates a track in space. It carves a track in space. Remember what Dion Fortson said in this book at least twice. When something moves, just because the physical object stopped moving doesn't mean that it's finished. The motion continues even beyond the physical object. So if I take my pen and I draw a line on a piece of paper, even though my pen stops, that motion continues forever, right? So thinking about that, understand that all motion continues forever. And your life is a continuation of previous motion. You didn't start when you were born. Your origin goes way back to the beginning of existence. I think that's one thing that everybody forgets when they study the origin stories of whatever spiritual thing they, because the Bible talks about Adam and Eve, right? And I haven't heard anyone really focus on the concept of being a relative of Adam and Eve, right? Of having a continued bloodline from that origin point. The purpose of origin stories is to show you or give you an image for your beginnings, because without an origin, without an idea or concept of your beginnings, you're an open book or an open loop waiting for somebody to program. And I don't know about you, but I haven't found anyone who is fit or qualified to program me. So I prefer to do the programming, right? I prefer to do the programming. I don't know about you, but that's how I feel. I prefer to do the bending.
Oh, so you doing the bending? Is that what it is?
Let's continue. This is the occult key behind ritual, behind mantra, behind identity, beyond trauma, and beyond magical egregores. Repetition creates reality. Repetition creates reality. So I mentioned that movement, right, that continues forever. That's what manifestation is. So you're either going to harness movement that's already happening, or you're going to create new movement. Now, you can decide which one of those are more useful, more easy for you to do. But there's nothing new under the sun, because everything is a continuation of what's already been started. Matter is stable movement. Mind is responsive movement. Spirit is pure movement. This is the occult key. Repetition creates reality. Bing bong. Bing bong. Eric Barron, peace and welcome back, my friend. Peace, peace. Louis, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. What up? What up? The birth of the solar logos. Check out that sun. Isn't that cool? One traveling atom becomes extraordinarily complex. It stabilizes into a new center. This becomes the solar logos. In our case, this is our sun. It begins to dream a miniature cosmos, right? It essentially closes its eyes and starts playing a version of The Sims 4. The solar system is its internal consciousness. The solar system as a dream body. All planets, atoms, and beings exist inside the Logos' awareness. Isn't that awesome? So the Logos' movements, right? Because we talked about these movements, these patterns, these spirals and circles. 369, yin yang twins, laws of nature, planes, time, archetypes. These are the movements of the Logos. This is simulation theory in mystical form, right? Essentially, the sun has closed its eyes and it's playing The Sims, it's playing Grand Theft Auto, it's playing Fortnite. It's all a game. It's all a game. And the more you pay attention, the more you see that beyond a shadow of a doubt. All this is a game. Nothing is real. Everything is permitted. the things that you get so worked up and emotional about, the things that you're so attached to, and the things that you identify with. It's literally a game with rules, with leaderboards, cheat codes, no different from Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering. It's all a game. Sports, politics, social media, magic, science. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. You got to see that. You got to see that and stop taking this shit so seriously. Stop taking this shit so seriously. It's a dream. It's a game. And why is that important? Why is that something to stress over understanding? But for one, you can stop stressing yourself out, right? And for number two, if everything is a game, that means that there are rules. And if you understand the rules, if you want to play, if you want to win, well, then apply yourself to those rules and getting better at the game. Practice. That's it. That's it. There ain't nobody that you need to go out there and argue with and fight. Just stick your nose to that book and study the rules and then get good, right? Study people who've already achieved what you want to achieve within the game. And if you don't like the game you're playing, guess what? Play a different game. Play a different game. If I could give some advice, stop believing so hard in what these people are telling you is true. Because it's only true if you make it true. It's only true if you follow behind it. Reality really has a strong degree of cooperation and co-direction. Now, sure, there are some games that are more fundamental than others, right? If you swallow bleach, then your insides will probably melt and cause your body to stop functioning properly. There are some fundamental rules, and there are superficial rules that really don't work unless you make them work. You feel me? So, the beautiful thing about this book and this type of information is that understanding its concepts help you to understand the rest of the world a little bit better, right? It's not that verbatim the things in this book are gonna like put money in the bank for you or get you whatever the hell it is that you want. It's not that. It's that understanding these images, like she said, understanding these patterns and these metaphors, it'll help you to look at the rest of reality in a different light so that you can manage it better. In fact, Tony says, rule number one, know the rules. Know the rules. And that's important because there's a lot of people who don't know the rules and they get surprised when they are met with the consequences of their actions. Don't be surprised. Because then people will arrest you whether or not you know the law. They don't care about that. The more you know. My dad used to say, knowledge is fundamental. Knowledge is fundamental. Zero says, nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The most powerful instruction I ever read in my life. Right. And once you understand it, you'll never forget it. You'll never forget it. So tracks in space, right? A refresher. Like I said, that movement, it doesn't stop with the physical object stopping. The movement itself continues on the energetic plane. And the energetic plane is the underlying foundational plane to the physical plane. We think that the physical plane is real, but in truth, the physical plane is the illusion and the energetic plane is the reality. It might not seem like that because we're used to determining what's real based off of our eyes and our physical sensations. But those are not the only ways to determine what's real. So tracks in space. Every repeated movement becomes a track. The logos' tracks have become what we know of as physical reality. Tracks guide future movement. Seed atom tracks equals personality or the lower self. Tracks become habits, instincts, laws. Divine spark tracks equals spiritual guidance. Seed atoms, the birth of the individual. The traveling atom within the solar system establishes its own stable rhythm. Seed atom. It attracts atoms and gains a seventh plane body. It receives logoidal imprint, divine spark. This is the ancient ancestor of your soul. So, imprint of the solar logos, it acts as guiding intelligence. It's flexible, it's capable of learning. This becomes the mind in the occult sense. And it's influenced by the seed atom's nature. It's influenced by other sparks. It's influenced by the logos' dance. Now, we're going to get into this coming up here next. But understand, this is the birth of a planetary spirit. The sparks jostle, influence, and synchronize. Their interaction generates collective rhythms. And these rhythms become the consciousness of the first planet. The first planetary spirit, collective consciousness of sparks on the seventh plane. This becomes a vast emergent intelligence. And now we're talking about real intelligence. The human is the first AI, the first artificial intelligence. Now, this planetary spirit learns about the logos indirectly, right? My children react to something I cannot see. This is the Gaia prototype, Mother Earth, Prakriti, the cycle of planetary formation. Again, we haven't read this yet so far in this book study, but this is where we're getting very soon. The sparks build a seventh plane planet. The logos contemplates. The planet dissolves. Sparks evolve. They build a sixth plane planet. The planetary spirit reforms the seventh plane. Planetary spirits multiply. 7 planes and 7 planets. This is cosmic ecology. The swarms of souls, and this is one of my favorite parts of this book. The first 3 swarms, this is where we had the Lords of Flame, then the Lords of Form, and then the Lords of Mind. These are angels, devas, gods, high beings who build the system's framework. They've been through this. They've been through the simulation, and they already beat the game. So they're ahead of us in that sense. So when you think about angels and gods and whatnot, and you think about the concept of them being higher than us, it's higher than us in the sense that they've played the game. They've already played through the game, whereas we're starting out for the first time. We as in individual human beings. So the anatomy of a soul, Dion Fortune's model. You got the cosmic atom, the ultimate higher self existing beyond the solar system's influence. You see that? The higher self, it exists beyond the solar system's influence. 2, we've got the seed atom. This is the core of the incarnational self, forming the root of individual personality. So that's you specific. Then we've got the divine spark, the guiding intelligence. This acts as the spiritual mind within the individual. And then we've got the 7 bodies. You've heard of these, the vehicles of consciousness that operate across different planes of existence. That's your physical body, your etheric body, your astral body, your mental body, your causal body, so on and so forth. The detailed model provides an occult map of your complete spiritual being. So just to kind of go over the 7 bodies here, according to this particular teacher and school of thought, you got the physical etheric body, which is the dense physical form and its energetic blueprint connecting to the material world. Then we've got the lower astral body, which is the seat of primal emotions, desires, and instinctive reactions. Then we've got the upper astral body. The upper astral body, this is the realm of higher emotions, of dreams, of aspirations, and subtle perceptions. Then we've got the lower mental body, which is associated with concrete thought, analytical reasoning, and intellect. Now, mind you, these bodies are operating at all times. So it's not like one at a time. You'll notice that all these different processes are happening at once. They're happening at once. So the upper mental body is the vehicle for abstract ideas, pure reason, and the understanding of archetypes. The lower spiritual body connects to intuition, spiritual will, and universal love, transcending the individual ego. The upper spiritual body is the highest vehicle linking to divine consciousness, oneness, and ultimate truth. Each body is formed through the accumulation of repeated patterns, solidifying into stable energy fields and vehicles of consciousness. Now, planetary spirits, creations of the created, they're not primordial entities. Unlike the solar logos, planetary spirits are not primordial or cosmic beings. They are an emergent intelligence. They are learning and evolving and growing just like individual people and species on this planet. They're born within the logos. They arise entirely within the consciousness and the dream body of the solar logos, which is a creation of a greater creator. Collective consciousness formed by the synchronized collective actions and rhythms of countless divine spark swarms. And remember, the divine spark swarms are the classes of life that come through as species, right? So you can say the dinosaurs themselves were physical bodies, physical forms. But you could say these divine spark swarms came through to Earth and experienced reality through those dinosaurs. And once that experience was complete, those sparks moved on. Now, those dinosaur bodies, if they were no longer useful and appropriate for experiencing life on Earth, then they would become extinct. They're no longer useful. But more than likely what happens is that they evolve into a lower form, like alligators and lizards and stuff like that. So you can kind of connect the dots there where people talk about reptilian species who are older than humanity and controlling things from the background, etc. ad nauseum. What we're really talking about is a divine spark swarm who's already been through the school of Earth before and have graduated. One day humanity will graduate. It seems like we're probably getting held back a grade or two because we're kind of stupid, but we'll graduate nonetheless. There's nothing else for us to do. Transcendent intelligence. Their awareness and influence grow to be far greater than any individual spark or even the sum of their parts. And then finally, Earth as Gaia. Our own planet's Gaia consciousness serves as a prime example of such an emergent planetary spirit. They are the living intelligence of a planet, born from the evolving consciousness within the solar system. So, why planets have different influences? And by the way, just going back to this anatomy of the soul, the cosmic atom, like I mentioned, the ultimate higher self, existing beyond the solar system's influence. What does that mean? That means astrology, beyond the influence of the science of astrology and the things that are happening with the planets and the stars. So your higher self is beyond the influence of astrology. Your lower self is not. So why planets have different influences? Each planetary spirit formed at a different stage of the solar logos' evolution, absorbing distinct patterns and lessons. Consequently, each expresses unique facets and aspects of the Logos' vast consciousness. So it's all part of the same great entity, but within the dream of that great entity, its parts take on a life of their own. Now, this fundamental differentiation lays the groundwork for the principles of astrology, where each celestial body represents a specific archetypal influence. So just remember, it's not that Mercury is doing it to you. There is an energy, there's an archetypal force that we also call Mercury, that also has a planet called Mercury. And where we find that planet Mercury in its position, it's not that it being there is doing something to you. It's that the energy and the essence that we also call Mercury is interacting with the simulation in a specific way. So it's not the physical planets causing anything. We're reading the cosmic weather, just like some days it rains, some days it's cloudy, some days it's really hot. It's just the flow of nature. And that's also what karma is. Karma is the flow of nature. Astrology is the way that we track that flow. It's the way that we track that flow. Therefore, each planet embodies a distinct style of consciousness, contributing to the rich tapestry of the solar system's spiritual ecosystem. So what's the long game? The seed atom, the initiatory spark beginning the lineage, becomes the cosmic atom, an expanded vessel prepared for journeys, becomes the solar logos, radiant culmination of evolution. We're talking about stages of awareness here. One day your awareness will expand greater and greater and greater until it encompasses the entire solar system. Imagine that. It's going to expand even more until it encompasses the entire galaxy. And it will expand even more, even more, even more. So this journey represents an initiatory lineage. Initiatory, you're being initiated. It's encoded within the very structure of cosmology. Now, what does this mean for you? You are a logos in training. You're a miniature creator within the grander cosmic dream. Your personality is a training body, a vehicle for consciousness, for conscious evolution and pattern formation. That's what this is. It's a game. It's a game. Your spiritual journey mirrors cosmic evolution, from seed atom to potentially a new solar logos, potentially and eventually. Every habit is a track. It is an elemental force. Repeated actions solidify into energetic pathways, and every track is a destiny shaping itself. These tracks guide future experiences and karmic patterns. Remember what she says in this book. The all motion continues forever. All motion. So that includes your habits. It continues forever. If you go outside and have a smoke every 15 minutes, that is a motion. That is a habit. That is a pattern that continues forever, even if you stop smoking. And this is what I mean by these elemental forces. When you continue that pattern, you're building something that eventually will gain a consciousness of its own. And even the elemental forces that we create and shape eventually will become living, breathing human beings and simulation creating gods. That's the chain of command. This is the metaphysics behind manifestation, identity shaping, occult practice, initiation. So what's next? Your journey continues. In the upcoming chapters, we will delve deeper into the intricate cosmology, exploring both the celestial hierarchies and the path of individual spiritual evolution. We're going to talk about the Lords of Flame, Lords of Form, and Lord of Mind in detail, unveiling the roles and nature of these cosmic architects who lay the foundations of manifestation. We might actually get to them next week, but we'll see. The evolution of planets, how celestial bodies develop their unique consciousness and contribute to the grand cosmic design. The formation of humanity, tracing the origins and spiritual lineage of human beings within the solar system's evolution. We're also going to eventually get to the hidden mechanics of magic and group minds, exploring the subtle forces and collective consciousnesses that shape reality and occult practice. We'll also be talking about the path from spark to individuality to logos, mapping the ultimate journey of consciousness from a divine spark to a logos in training. Prepare to unravel more profound truths about your place in the universe and your unlimited potential. Are you ready for that? Is that a task that you believe that you are equipped to handle? Are you ready? How you living? What? How you living? What? In living color. You can do what you want to do. In living color. Oh, so you doing the bending?
Oh, so you doing the bending? Is that what it is?
All right, good recap. Are we ready to continue? Yeah, Micah says everybody obsessed with 6'7", but Mark Roy 7676 putting us on 5'3". Yeah, man. Mark Roy, you might have to slow down with that 5'3", or you may have to get slowed down. Let's continue. In living color. So what do we have here? Chapter 11, we talked about auto reactions and cosmic memory. And I found something in this chapter that I thought was super cool, where she was discussing about our awareness, our consciousness projected onto the environment, in a way gives it its own consciousness. So long story short, the environment is aware. You know what? I want to read that part because I thought it really stood out to me 2 weeks ago when I read it on this live stream. Let's get into it. So 11, auto reactions and cosmic memory. You have perceived in the course of these lectures that each phase of evolution, whether cosmic or logoidal, starts with a new type of action or reaction, and every possible variation is worked out by adding the possibility of reaction to the reactions already established. It resembles the possible number of changes that can be rung upon a chime of bells, and the addition of a bell to a chime makes possible a great increase in the number of variations which can be performed. And remember, like what she's saying here is, again, you can have a set of bells, say 5 bells, and you can learn a couple of songs with those 5 bells based on the notes that you're given to play. But if you add a new bell, that doesn't just add one new note. You now have a multiplicity of notes because now you can write completely new songs, right? You can write completely new songs because of that one addition. So she said it resembles the possible number of changes that can be rung upon a chime of bells, and the addition of a bell to a chime makes possible a great increase in the number of variations which can be performed. Thus, each new factor evolved increases the complexity of manifestation and the utmost diversity of which the factor renders the universe capable has been arrived at. That phase of evolution has reached its maximum development, and there is a pause in the process while the logoidal consciousness perceives what has taken place and sees that it is good, and by absorbing it into its consciousness affects a new reaction, which reaction is, in its turn, projected into the manifested universe. So that evolution resembles a series of duplicating mirrors, wherein the consciousness of the logos projects its own image, becomes aware of and reacts to the image thus projected, and the reaction affects the projection. And so the circle is everlastingly revolving, right? You get that. It's almost as if, say, you learn a new freaking technique of consciousness, right? A new manifestation technique, a new meditation, a new ritual. You learn something new. That doesn't just mean that you're adding one new behavior to your day. You now have a whole new set of possibilities. Now imagine, right? If you're striving and seeking to manifest, you're constantly striving and seeking to manifest, and you're trying to find different ways to bring about the life and the reality that you want. There's going to come a point where you do find everything that you want. There's going to come a point in your existence where you will find everything that you want and the capability to get everything that you want. Once that point is reached, once you have arrived at your maximum development and your maximum potential, this is what happens here. Once the, once this has been arrived at, that phase of evolution has reached its maximum development, and there's a pause in the process while the logoidal consciousness perceives what has taken place and sees that it is good, and by absorbing it into its consciousness affects a new reaction. So it absorbs all that data, and that absorption of the new data creates a new reaction naturally, right? So this reaction is projected into the manifested universe, so that evolution resembles a series of duplicating mirrors, wherein the consciousness of the logos projects its own image. Then it becomes aware of that image, and it reacts to full of awareness of an external object. That's that's fire right there, man. That's profound. That is powerful right there. Hmm. Testing, testing, 1 2. Can you hear me? Big back, big back. Hmm. Okay. Says we're back. Gotcha. All right. So yeah, awareness of an external object on the part of the subject must be reproduced as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the capable of awareness of an external object. I think pretty profound. And I think that speaks volumes, right? For somebody who is working to manifest anything, right? Because that thing that you're attempting to manifest has a consciousness of its own. Now, when we perform magic, whether we are working with spirits or just doing it raw with your desire and a candle, either way, right? Either is come into contact with the consciousness of that which you're attempting to manifest. You dig? So you heard me talk many times about developing a relationship with spirits and expanding your library of correspondences. Well, that's what this is all about. That thing that you're trying to manifest, it has an awareness, has a consciousness. And before you can manifest that thing into your life, you've got to have a relationship with its energy, with its consciousness. This is extreme game right here. This is extreme game right here. The thing that you're attempting to manifest, and I don't give a damn what it is, it has a consciousness. Now you got to ask yourself, do you have a relationship with the consciousness of that thing you're trying to manifest? Do you have a relationship with it? Do you know it? Does it know you? Are y'all cool like that? Are y'all tight? What is your relationship to the thing you're trying to manifest? That's a strong question. Can you answer it? All right, so let's keep going. Awareness of an external object on the part of the subject, which is you, must be reproduced as a corresponding reflection of consciousness in the object, so that the object is equally capable of awareness of an external object. But the object, being of a different order of manifestation to the subject, cannot be aware of the subject, right? So it really can't be aware of you directly. It cannot be aware of the subject, but can only be aware of itself and of the influences which proceed to it from the subject. So really, we're talking about what I've been calling elemental magic. The thing that you're trying to manifest in your life, it has a consciousness. Now, it's not directly aware of you, but you can still influence it in the same way that your higher self influences you. It's that chain of command. It's that chain of command. Hence the saying that no man hath at any time seen God. God cannot be seen by any unit of the manifested universe during a manifestation. He can only be deduced. The object of awareness is not confined to any one point of the manifested universe, but is a diffused awareness around what may be conceived of as the central ring, metaphorically speaking, of course. Or to use more precise but more abstract terms, those types of atoms that most nearly resemble the atoms of the cosmic center, that are of the simplest type and least bound by complexities, form the basis of the awareness. So there's a sattvic part of you and a sattvic part of everything else. And that's really where this so-called communication is taking place, between the subtle aspect of reality, the subtle aspect of your environment, and the subtle aspect of yourself. Does this make sense? Does this track? Does that make sense? Does that track? Consciousness may be defined as reaction plus memory. That flowing of pure movement in space is memory, the reproduction of an image, of an action in another plane of manifestation. And consciousness is built out of memory. All right, so truly and truly, we left off here. Truly and truly, we left off at chapter 13. But yeah, just looking at this, I think it's also worth to go back over chapter 12 as well, just so we can have that comprehensive, being on the same page type thing. All right. Markwright7676 says sound dropping in and out. Is the sound good at this point? Is the sound good at this point? Rose of Flame says, yes, thank you for your breakdowns. Thank you for being here to receive the breakdowns, right? It's all connected. All connected. All right, it's okay. Gucci, all good. All right, we're gonna run through 12, and then we're gonna slow down just a little bit so we can go through 13. 12. The birth of consciousness in the universe. It is very necessary that a clear concept should be formed of the meaning of consciousness, and this point will therefore be elaborated. You will recall that in the teaching concerning the nature of a great entity, it was explained that consciousness was due to the complete reciprocal actions of all aspects of the factors and capacities for reaction that had been developed in the course of a cosmic evolution. I love that, man. Capacity for reaction. Take a look at yourself, right? Because the best way to understand this abstract stuff is to try to implement it in your experience. Now, it's a double-edged sword, right? To understand this information, I found it's really good to see it through your eyes specifically. But at the same time, here's why I say it's a double-edged sword. To understand from the higher self's perspective, you've got to remove your lower self. You got to remove you from the equation. What do I mean by that? Where we get caught up, right? And one of the occult blinds and traps that they talk about in these books that kind of hold people up is injecting yourself into the equation. That's where everybody gets fucked up. Now, on the low beast level, you'll see it happening on like social media and everyday life when people get upset about stuff that's happening in the media that doesn't concern them whatsoever. And they'll create a narrative where they're the center of the attention so they can have something to complain about, right? Say, for example, Bill Gates is buying up all the lettuce, right? Bill Gates is buying up all the vegetables and all the farms. That's Bill Gates's business. That has nothing to do with you. But you'll find people will hear something like that and inject themselves into that story. They'll make themselves a part of that story. Oh, I can't believe Bill Gates is doing this. I love lettuce. You know, he's doing this to us. We got to stop him from buying up all the farms. We've got to stop Bill Gates from buying up all the farms and putting GMO, right? I mean, yeah, I get it, right? There could be cause for concern, but let's think about this thing reasonable, Buddha. Let's be reasonable with this thing, Buddha. That's a man, Buddha. You you have nothing to do with Bill Gates. You can't stop him, and he don't know you. He will never know who you are. So those two worlds don't even collide. But what we do is we inject ourselves into the story. All the drama you're going to see people yap about is a result of them injecting themselves into a story where they don't belong. That's on the low level. Now on the high level, you're going to see stories of, a Christ consciousness returning, and people being liberated, and the truth will set you free. And what's going to happen when you hear that information? You're going to start to inject yourself into the story. Oh, maybe I'm Christ who's here to return. Maybe it's my duty to save the people, right? Maybe I need to be the one and the light, and I need to help uplift. You know what I'm saying? You start putting yourself into a story that doesn't involve you. The story is happening anyway, whether you're here or not. So to really understand the stuff at a high level, you got to move yourself out of the way. However, at the low level, to understand this information, yes, you do have to process it through your mental framework. So just keep that in mind with this type of information. On one hand, yes, you want to render it through your personal inner computer. But on the other hand, remember, this doesn't involve you. It has nothing to do with you. And when I say you, I'm talking about that ego. I'm talking about that lower self. Check. That's very important and very key. That'll save you a lifetime of suffering if you think about what I just said there. If you think about what I just said there. Because look, just think about it. What happens when you hear about Bill Gates buying up all the farms, and now you're the hero who has to go stop him? I remember when I was in college. This was back in what was it? 2011, right? I was living in this apartment with these two other schoolmates, right? And they had never heard of the Illuminati. So I'm like dropping the science of the Illuminati. I'm telling them about, yeah, man, there's this secret group and they control everything. And, they're behind the scenes and they're rich and they're pulling the strings. And I told them that story. What was their first response, right? They're young, excitable, uh, you know, forward-thinking young male brains. Oh, we got to stop them. We got to get together and stop them, right? We're going to be the ones to take them down. We're going to take them down. And I'm just thinking, like, that's not why I wanted to share that information with y'all. But they went on this rampage for months about how they were going to take down the Illuminati. And that's what you see a lot of people doing, right? They want to take down the Illuminati. They want to take down the reptilians and et cetera, et cetera. That's what I'm saying. Instead of focusing on the personal development and evolution of self, you project outward into adventures and fantasies that have no practical result. No practical result. So just be aware of the processes that are happening. Be aware of the stories that you create out of this information. Because being on top of that, that's going to help keep you balanced and keep you aligned. Everything in this world does not require your involvement, right? Everything in this world does not require you to get involved with. That's how you waste your energy, and that's how you slow yourself down. That's why I'm saying that. Veronica Archaga, happy birthday, Veronica. Happy birthday. I love you, Veronica. I hope you're having a wonderful birthday. I know you got all glammed up, all diva'd up for a night on the town. I hope you're having a good time. Sagittarius season, ain't it? Finally got through that Scorpio season. Good Lord. I tell you, these water sign seasons are usually the roughest on me for whatever reason. I guess because I'm not a very water sign kind of person. Those water signs always kick my ass, man. Rosa Flame says, I've witnessed hero syndrome land people in some tough situations. Right, right. And it's self injected. That's why I'm saying this. Like, it's suffering that is, we caused it ourselves. Yeah, yeah. Before the Illuminati, it was the Freemasons. Right, right. That's how it goes. Seven Queen, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good life. Nedrodram says they tried to make it our problem because dudes want to resonate with Revelation Beast. The narratives ain't random. I agree we don't belong to it. Right. And as I said earlier, it's all a game. Don't you think that the information that is released is intentional and with ulterior motive? Do you think that the news is fair and balanced and just reports things because people need to know? No. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Rosa Flame says, open yourself to the watery love. I don't know. Maybe, eventually, gradually, I will resist. Like cabbages, right? Proteus, seer of eons, peace and greetings, my friend. Even when it comes to our enemies, it is competition versus the law of creation. We are not to take anyone down. We are to build something new. But the term is ridiculous because there is only one. Exactly. Exactly. It's the game you choose to play. Whatever game you choose to play. I choose. You can call me what you want to call me. I choose the games where I can win. Fuck it. I choose the game where I can win. Because why would I choose the game where I lose? Why would I do that? I feel like shining. So I'm going to choose the game where I win. You can choose the game where you got to struggle and lose, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't have any words of judgment for you. Play that game because you playing it so I don't have to. I want to play the game where I win. Solomon Grundy want pants too. I am whole says they literally call it programming. Veronica Archaga says, love to be here with my other side of family. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So yeah, I just said all that to say that you know, the best way to understand this info is to put yourself or put the stuff in your perspective through your shoes, but don't get it twisted, right? Don't get it twisted because then you'll start thinking, oh, I'm Christ who's come back to save everybody. Put yourself in, but remember to take yourself out. That's the message right there. Now, let's go back through this. You put yourself in, but remember to take yourself out. It is very necessary that a clear concept should be formed of the meaning of consciousness, and this point will therefore be elaborated. You will recall that in the teaching concerning the nature of a great entity, it was explained that consciousness was due to the complete reciprocal reactions of all aspects of the factors and capacities for reaction that had been developed in the course of a cosmic evolution. Consciousness is an integration of reactions so that any change in any part is responded to by the corresponding adjustments of the whole. It is a principle of compensation that is involved, and this all-inclusive compensatory adjustment may be termed the basis of cosmic personality. So look at that. Consciousness is an integration of reactions. An integration of reactions. And she mentioned in the previous paragraph, consciousness was due to the complete reciprocal reactions of all aspects of the factors and capacities for reaction. So an individual unit of consciousness has a capacity of reaction, right? Everyone that you know of has a capacity for reaction, right? If you line up all your family members and you were to open up the mystical Kabbalah and give it to each one of them, you know that each one of your people have a capacity of reaction. You know what they're going to do, or you could generally assume what they're going to do with that book or with that information, right? Or you could pull up the picture of the president, pull up a picture of the president and put it in front of those same people. You know they have a capacity of reaction. You know what they're going to do generally. You know somebody's going to scream and yell and fight. You know somebody's going to talk about how he's saving the world. You know somebody's not going to give a damn, right? So every unit of consciousness has a capacity of reaction. And don't get that twisted, right? Because another place that people get caught up is we ignore a person's capacity of reaction and hope and wish that they're going to react like we want them to react. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. So anyways, this is what consciousness is, an integration of reactions, right? Potentialities. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, I am nothing more than a fucking reaction to a temporary memory. Exactly. And that's why I said, I don't exist. You don't exist. We do not exist. This is a game. It's an illusion. Now use it. Consciousness is an integration of reactions so that any change in any part is responded to by the corresponding adjustments of the whole. What's the whole, y'all? The whole includes the environment too, the world that you live in and the people around you. The people around you are also part of your consciousness. It is a principle of compensation that is involved. And this all-inclusive compensatory adjustment may be termed the basis of cosmic personality. In its earliest phases, it constitutes the synthesis of the latent reaction capacity of an entity. It is essentially a set of relationships, not mechanics, and is therefore abstract. But with the development of external objects that affect the entity, new influences are brought to bear upon the compensatory adjustments, and the new compensatory reactions are thus called into play. The development of external objects that affect the entity, new influences are brought to bear upon the compensatory adjustments, and the new compensatory reactions are thus called into play. So this also expands out into astrology, right? Because the different planets and stars are a part of the solar logos, and its different parts are having an influence on the game. It's having an influence on this dream that our sun, that our soul is having. Yeah, it's all one, but that's not sufficient enough. For someone to say, oh, we are all one, it's all one, that's true, but that's not sufficient enough. That doesn't lead to any understanding. When we say that it's all one, we mean that all these different parts of reality, they are all interacting with each other. But when you zoom out, that total reaction is the result of a singular consciousness and the dream that it's having. We then distinguish two levels of consciousness. A, the basic consciousness of the inherent constitution. B, the compensations evoked by environmental influences. A great entity then starts by evolving a basic nature, projects its own image and its awareness of that image. You see that right there? It projects its image and it has a awareness and a reaction of that image. Yes, it's all one. Yes, it's an illusion. Yes, it's a dream. Your life is God looking in the mirror and having a reaction to the reflection, and then having a reaction to that reflection, and having a reaction to that reflect. And before you know it, you think that you are the reflection, and you're getting surprised because reality is changing and new things are popping up. But it's you the whole time. Yes, it's all you. Yes, it's all within. Yes, we are all one. But you gotta know the mechanics of what's happening if you want to harness and control to some extent what's going on. Your entire reality is the result of your beliefs and your reactions to those beliefs. GP, are you with me? My gnosis, peace, and greetings, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Ace in the place. Peace and greetings. Peace, peace. It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to, step to, step to. Picky, picky. Najraj Ram says the news' whole MO so confirms all of this. Helpful. Everyone's just trying to strong arm you into adding to their game. Absolutely, right? And you can't blame them because that's how they win. Some games are pyramid schemes. If you can add new players up under your specific game, well, that makes you and your influence stronger, doesn't it? You'd want to do the same thing. Just like army recruiters or Jehovah's Witness knocking at the door. It's all the same thing. It's a game. And at first, I thought the best way to win this game was to not play. But I realized the best way to win this game is to create your own game and win it. You can create your own game and win, or you could just get really good at the game that you're playing. Either way works. Either way works. So let's keep going, right? We distinguish two levels of consciousness: A, the basic consciousness of the inherent constitution, and B, the compensations evoked by environmental influences. A great entity then starts by evolving a basic nature. It projects its own image and its awareness of that image in its multifarious aspects, builds up the second aspect of its consciousness. These two phases correspond to those aspects of a soul known as the individuality and the personality. Those two terms you're familiar with. It's not like we haven't seen them all year long in books like Mystical Kabbalah, a Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism, Volume 2, Volume 1. Bing bong, create your own game or master the game you're in. It's easy, man. Life is easy. It is. It's easy. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. And that's how it goes. So, the individuality and the personality. An individuality or a higher self, whether of a great entity or of the microcosmos, which is man, is that series of organized reactions which reached an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. So that means that there were previous phases of evolution, and there was a series of organized reactions, because she just mentioned that. What is consciousness? What was consciousness? God, let's go back and look at it. Consciousness is an integration of reactions. That's what it says there, page 73, right there in chapter 12. Consciousness is an integration of reactions. It's a collection of reactions, right? Now we talk about this higher self. The higher self is that series of organized reactions which reached an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. Those phases having passed away, nothing of them remains but the capacities for reaction that have been acquired by that entity. Heavy line right there. And when I started this live stream, that's what I said. When your physical body dies, what's left? These patterns that you've tamed, these capacities of reaction that you've built. So look at your life right now. Look at all the different habits and capacities of reaction that you've developed. Think about it. If your body died and all your different habits were left to just run infinitely on autopilot, what would be running? Like, what types of things would be running? If your conscious mind was dissolved and all that remained were your habits and your what you've learned about life and existence and energies, what would remain? You know, because Panic dropped that video about how to die and not come back. Well, it's not like you're going to be swimming in the astral plane and choose to go this way or that way. That's not really how it is gonna go. I mean, I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong for sure. But it seems to me, right, deducing off of what I've studied, it seems to me that what will remain are your habit patterns. We can base this off of your dreams. When you dream, right, before you get lucid, when you see yourself in that dream, you're doing what you would do if you were alive. You're running on autopilot. So what kind of autopilot is going to be running once this body dies? That's what I'm saying here. If you dream you're in some hallway and there's a monster chasing you, you're going to do what you would do if that were happening in real life. In all your dreams, you do what you would normally do in real life, right? You're not going to do something that you wouldn't do. Likewise, when this body passes away, there's a likely probability that what's going to be left are your recurring patterns, your autopilot. So that's the question I'm asking. What would be left behind? What kind of autopilot are you leaving behind? Are you going to jump into meditation and still your thoughts and quiet the mind? Are you going to continue to seek towards everlasting truth? Right? And you don't have to have been aware. You don't have to have been somebody who read the book and now you get it because of the book. You just have to be going in the right direction. If the energy is going in the right direction, it's going to get there, period. It's going to get there. Or are you going to go into panic mode and kick and scream and, look for the devil and look for a reptilian to pop up? Because if that's what you're doing while you're alive, what makes you think it'll be different when you pass? So why did we go off on that tangent? Because we're talking about these stereotyped reaction capacities, right? So what's the higher self? The series of organized reactions which reach an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. These phases having passed away, nothing of those phases remains. What remains? The capacities for reaction that have been acquired by that entity, right? Oh, why read the Cosmic Doctrine? What's that got to do with real life? How is this going to help me? Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, what's your spiritual walk all about? What's your spiritual focus all about? Learning big words or training the energy, training the self, training your energy body, refining that sense of self. That's what I get when I read things like that. It brings my attention back to my soul, to my higher self, to the energy and the patterns that make me. It brings my awareness and my attention back to those things so I can be sure to check myself and say, you know what I'm doing right now is or is not useful and appropriate to aligning myself with my individuality. And individuality then is a set of stereotyped reaction capacities. Now, that's the higher self. Let's talk about the lower self. A personality is that set of reaction capacities which the addition of a new factor in evolution has made possible. So remember in the beginning of the last chapter, last chapter, she talked about those chimes, those bells, and it might have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bells. Every time you hit a bell, it's a note. So you can make a little song out of those 5 bells. You can make a couple of songs out of those 5 notes. But if you add a 6th bell, that's not just an extra note. You now have a completely new songs that you can write that you could not have written before. So a new addition, a new bell opens up your capacity. It opens up your potential now. It expands your potential. It multiplies. So we talked about the higher self, which includes a series of organized reactions which have reached an equilibrium, right? They've expressed the limit and the fullness of what they can be. That's your higher self. Now let's talk about that lower self. What's the lower self? It's a set of stereotyped reactions, a personality, lower self. It's a set of reaction capacities, which the addition of a new factor in evolution has made possible. So essentially, you and me and all of us here exist because your higher self added a new bell, right? It added a new bell. If your higher self was a piano, they just upgraded a new key, a new piano key has dropped. So now with that new key, with that new bell, new songs can be written. And guess what? You're the one doing that. You're doing what hasn't been done yet. Now we talk about your karma and everything that's a part of your ancient primordial past. Those are the songs that were already written. Oh, we was kings. We built the pyramids, etc., ad nauseum. Sure. But right now, they added a new bell. So new songs have to be written. That's what your life is about. That's what you are. You're a new um you're the new version of that same instrument with an extra note, with an extra key. That's why that metaphor was so important last chapter. Personality is that set of reaction capacities which the addition of a new factor in evolution has made possible. So check, we got that? We understand that? We good with that? You exist because your higher self got an upgrade, and that upgrade needs to play out. By the way, that's also what this tarot card represents. That's what this tarot card represents. That instrument with a new note added. So the fool isn't a dumbass. He's fresh, brand new, but he carries in that bag his history, his primordial history. He's got an entire lineage behind him. He's got the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. That's like the prince, right? The child born into a royal family. The baby don't know nothing about the kingdom, but the kingdom is behind him still. Off the strength, off the strength, off the strength. So individuality and personality then refer to the stages of development and have a historical significance. They refer to time. They refer to time, not to form. That which the personality today will be part of the individuality tomorrow. That which is the personality today will be part of the individuality tomorrow. So you and your collection of experiences and habit patterns and all that good stuff, it will be part of your soul tomorrow. Right? Once your experience is finished, you will be absorbed into that collective. Cool, right? Cool. You got a place where you belong. And your holy guardian angel is always watching over you. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, so is my reaction to my particular space time my zodiac? It very well could be that you incarnated in your specific time to be under the influence of a specific zodiac to write specific music. I don't see why not. It makes sense to me. A great entity then builds up its first personality out of its reactions to the cosmic phases. It becomes conscious of the self, thus developed, when reciprocal action of all its aspects is established. That consciousness, which it thus develops, is itself an existence objective to the mind conceiving it. Now, remember what we said about this objective and subjective thing, right? That your environment and the stuff around you, it has a level of consciousness. Now, it might not be conscious of you, but you're conscious of it and you influence it. So that consciousness, which it thus develops, is itself an existence objective to the mind conceiving it. As soon as consciousness has focused it as a thought form, it is created and exists on its own account and has become an object of consciousness. And in this thought form, thus created, the same interplay of forces is set up, which in the cosmos gave rise to the great entities. And the process continues. The saga continues. Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. Isaiah 3333, peace and greetings. Saga continues. As the cosmos is reproduced in miniature in the great company of entities, by means of which its evolution is now proceeding, so the thought form projected by a great entity in its turn gave rise to entities. But these entities begin their evolution at the point which the great entity which projects them has reached at the time of their projection. Okay? Okay? You see in the rules of the game, right? But these entities begin their evolution at the point which the great entity which projects them has reached at the time of their projection. For just as the great entity has latent in itself all the phases of the cosmos, so they have latent in themselves all the capacities of the great entity. So look, you're not the first and you're not the last, but by the time you are incarnated, you load up into the game with the history file of your higher self and what it has accomplished thus far. You have that at your access, at your disposal. That's what's in that bag right there. Now, your higher self is still growing and evolving, so it's learning new things too from your other incarnations. But understand, as you stand right now, you have behind you everything that your higher self has already learned and experienced. Which is probably an explanation for why you are talented at what you're talented at and why you're not talented at the things you're not talented in. Zero says that's a heavy memory card. Chock full of goodies. Chock full of goodies. Uploaded to the cloud. Your life and your karma is uploaded to the cloud and it updates the system. Good. Very good. So we see then in this projected thought form of a great entity, which we call a universe, right? Because that's what your great entity is. This is the universe. Here's what we see in this projected thought form. One, the atoms projected by the cosmic atoms drawn into the orbit of that traveling atom, which became a great entity. Two, the lines of force and flowing currents, which are the projected consciousness of that great entity. Three, out of the coordinates established by these second type forces of the atoms, we get the setting up of currents of pure movements in space, which are the analogs of the first movement in space, which gave rise to the ring cosmos. Thus, evolution runs its cycle and returns upon a higher arc to the door by which it issued forth. It is these currents of pure movement to be clearly distinguished from the transition in space of any object. It is these currents of pure movement which form the basis of consciousness in the projected universe. It is these currents of pure movement which form the basis of consciousness in this projected universe. This is the matrix that we find ourselves in. This is the simulation. That's what the simulation is. It's the currents of pure movement, these lines of force flowing. As before stated, action and reaction do not constitute consciousness. It is reaction plus memory, which is the basis of consciousness. It's reaction plus memory, which is the basis of consciousness. And isn't that so? Isn't that what your personality is? Lorice B, peace and greetings. Yay, I didn't have D&D tonight, so I can stay here and learn. It's funny, right? Because D&D has been a metaphor that I've been using all week to describe the game of reality. The game of reality. Because, like, you would know better than most, to play that game, there has to be certain positions, right? There's a person that you call a dungeon master or whatever, and that person knows the lore. They know all the world building. They've got these stacks of books about the rules of the game. And then there's people who want to play the game, and they come to that person and they enter that person's world or their version of the world based on the rules that the DM has learned. And each person that wants to play, they create their character, right? They want to be a warrior, they want to be a mage, they want to be a rogue, elf, whatever. You choose your role in the game. You gamble, you roll for your stats, and the DM puts them in scenarios, and everybody plays that game. Now, outside of that house, outside of that session, the game doesn't matter, right? The people at the gas station don't care. The people in your class don't care. At your job don't care. But in that game, everybody cares. And there's experiences that you have. And that's what life is. That's what politics is. That's what sports is. That's what warfare is. That's what everything in this life is. There's somebody who understands the rules and has all the books, and they're the dungeon master. And they have all these people that come to them to play with them, and they pick their character and they pick their role. This is what life is. It's a bunch of games. Some games cross over to other games, some don't. Some don't. So what you have to do is two things. You got to choose the right game and learn the rules of the game that you're playing if you want to win. Some people don't want to win. Some people just want to have fun. And that's fine. Then that's a game too. You got to know the rules of having fun. But it's all a game. Nothing is real. Nothing matters. Or I should say that nothing is really worth getting all upset about, because it's all a game. Tell me one arena of life that is not a game. Tell me one arena of life that does not qualify as a game. So, as before stated, action and reaction do not constitute consciousness. It is reaction plus memory, which is the basis of consciousness. And the currents in space in pure movement are the basis of memory, because being frictionless, because substanceless, they persist. We have then action and reaction of manifestation, action and reaction of manifest actions, and the persistence of the reflection of that reaction in a state which, relative to the plane upon which the reaction took place, is unmanifest. Hence the saying that out of chaos issues creation. Out of chaos issues creation. Now, one more page in that chapter. How do I live without you? How do I ever survive? Rosa Flame says, right, this might be an illusion, but it's a persistent one. Absolutely. It's all an illusion, right? And what does that mean, right? Illusion doesn't necessarily mean fake. It just means it's not what it seems. By golly, what a persistent one. And imagine, we take some of these games to our death. We die and we keep playing a game. Just imagine how many people are sitting in afterlife in church waiting for Jesus. How many people are sitting in an afterlife church waiting for Jesus and have been for thousands of years, or maybe hundreds of years. The unmanifest has been organized Something exists which did not exist before. Creation has taken place. These reactions speedily affect each other and so become organized among themselves. And this reciprocal reaction is the basis of personality. Thus, the first development of consciousness in a universe is one great and comprehensive oversoul. 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 Sly, peace, peace. Sly says, there were games I could not win. The rules were set against me, written by another. So my only victory was leaving the game, remembering I'm a winner in other games, other worlds, especially ones I create. Absolutely, my friend. This is maturity, right? This is a level of knowing thyself. It takes a certain level of self-awareness to be able to recognize that. Absolutely. They say don't go where you're tolerated, go where you're celebrated. That's not necessarily something for validation, but what it's saying is that if you're in a space where you're tolerated, that's a game. And your role, your character in that game is to be the person who's tolerated, not appreciated. Now, some people like that, some people don't. And if you don't like it, change the game, find you some new people. Find you some new people. Oh well, I don't want to. That's my family. That's my parent, my father, mother, my auntie, my brother, my sister. Okay, well, hey, keep dealing with that shit if you want to. Your choice. Have at it. But personally, I don't have any space in my life for emotionally unstable people, mentally unstable people. I prefer not to deal with any of that. Being alone is more useful and appropriate than dealing with the emotionally unstable. Because emotionally unstable people bring chaos and trouble. Maybe not right away, but eventually. Emotionally and mentally unstable people bring drama. No relationship is worth that. I would much rather prefer being by myself. So hey, you choose your game and play with who you want to play with. You make the rules. It's all up to you. That's your power. That's your power. You have the power. Nobody's making you suffer. Nobody's hurting you like that. You have a choice in these things. How do I ever survive? Cosmic Puzzle Piece says going beyond the temporal experiences of sequential time instead of drowning in the game. Right. Hell, literally. Literally. Time feels like it is just on hyperspeed mode. And sure, you can make an argument for, oh, when you get older, time seems to just go by faster. Yeah, that makes sense. But time is speeding up too. Maybe not for everybody. But anyways. Ace says, I literally just connected back with relatives and I see everyone's mind is exactly the same. No surprise. Instead of slipping back into old patterns and small feelings around them, I'm choosing to start using every interaction as an opportunity to practice my speech, ability to positively manipulate, and test my patience and ability to not be annoyed. That's a powerful skill set to develop, right? Because there's going to be no shortage of emotionally unstable people. So yeah, that would be a powerful skill to develop. You'll need it. Good for you. Good for you. Thank God for NLP. That's what I got to say. Make the best of your situation. How do I ever survive? So, the oversoul, right? Thus, the first development of consciousness in a universe is one great and comprehensive oversoul. The tracks of reaction, which were developed in the oversoul by action on the plane of the atoms, form invisible ruts, which, when any atom crosses their track, cause it to follow that course until such time as the attraction or pressure of other influences overcome that influence. The tracks of reaction, which were developed in the oversoul by action on the planes of the atoms, form invisible ruts, which, when any atom crosses their track, causes it to follow that course until such time as the attraction or pressure of other influences overcome that influence. So there is a sort of autopilot that is happening within the universe, these patterns. And we see this, right? This is why crystals always come out in the same types of shapes, right? Quartz crystals always come out with like six sides, I believe. And other metals develop in the same way, and organic life or evolves in the same way, right? A monkey has a monkey baby, and a monkey baby will do monkey things, right? A ficus plant will do ficus plant things. Fungi does fungi stuff because it's a fungi. These are all expressions of these tracks carved in time space. The motion of consciousness carves these invisible trails, these invisible paths. And when atoms fall into these paths, they follow right through that track. This is what these archetypes represent too, because in every group of people, people naturally fall into archetypes. You don't even have to know anything about archetypes to be an archetype, because it's a pattern that life follows until, of course, the pressure of other influences overcome that influence. 1111. 1111. You know what that means. You know what that means. Eleven twenty two 1111. November the 22nd, right? Patterns, patterns, patterns. Just take a moment to appreciate that. Beefing with my chick while I'm in jail. Beefing with my chick while I'm in jail. All right, let's get back to it. Zero says, it's marvelous to be here today. I feel really blessed. That is fantastic, my friend. Fantastic. I too feel really blessed. We can plant a house. We can build a tree. Try and conceive of the first movement of an atom scoring a rut in force. Other atoms getting caught in this rut and following its curve for a time, then breaking away to follow the impulses of their own nature and other atoms taking their place. And again, conceive the process as viewed from the plane of the atoms. Would you perceive the myriads of atoms? You would perceive the myriads of atoms engaged in their tangential dance, and from time to time, you would perceive an atom suddenly change the mode of its action, pursue the new mode for a time as if captive under the influence of some invisible compulsion, and then break away and return to its original mode of motion. If then you examine the rut again, you would find it has been worn deeper, and the next atom would be held longer than before it broke away. And in addition to the path determined by the rut, each atom dances with a movement of its own. The movement of the atom would produce modifications in the rut. Oh. And with each atom that it caught and forced to follow its path for a time, the rut would be modified. This is the first and simplest phase of the soul and body. The tracks formed in space by gyrating atoms catch other atoms and produce secondary movements, and the track grows in consequence. The atoms which form these tracks are analogous to the traveling atoms of the cosmos. Cool. Cool. I like that. I like that. Like it's literally carving tracks in space. And as manifestation continues to unfold, it follows those tracks and carves it deeper. And the deeper the carves, the deeper these grooves, the longer manifested life stays in those tracks. Again, this would explain why monkeys are born and they do monkey stuff. Cats are born and do cat stuff. Snakes come out in eggs and do snake stuff. Because all of these things are tracks that are carved into existence. These are the patterns of consciousness. Why do human beings have knees that bend backwards like that? Why do we have a thumb on each hand? Why two lungs and a spleen? An appendix? And all these other things that doctors have told us were unnecessary and just slice off. Imagine that. God gives you a perfectly functioning body, and you let some dude in a lab coat convince you to remove certain items. Or pull certain teeth out. I'm going to get my tonsils removed. How come? Oh, well, they say it's good for you in the long run. And who convinced the world to get circumcised? I don't care about any of that shit whatsoever, but it's a question to ask, right? Who convinced us to do certain things and why? Did God not know what he was doing? Did these grooves carved in space make a mistake? I had to get my wisdom teeth pulled out. I'm just saying. There's so many things about our reality that go unquestioned, even down to the simplest things. 3 meals a day, eggs and bacon for breakfast, lots of milk. Who said those things were the appropriate way? The food pyramid, right? If you really study the origin of those things, you'll find that the origin is based in marketing and capitalism, consumerism, making money, not because it's good for the human, not because it's healthy and makes you better, but because it made somebody money. Do you really need to eat 3 full meals a day? Plates full? Big ass servings of bread? Animal flesh? Peace, peace, y'all Micah. Y'all Micah says, I'll call it a night. This is going to have to be continued just as the pertinent questions are being asked. Right. Good night. Good night. It'll serve you well to question every aspect of your life that you just blindly assume is correct. Just question it and find its origin. You may be surprised. You may be surprised. Forcing them meals. 3 big heavy ass meals a day too, boy. 3. I'm good off of 1. I've been good off of 1 for quite some time. But anyways, into ways. Grooves carved in space. Terry McElroy says Edward Barnay is propaganda and advertising. Absolutely. Beefing with my chick while I'm in jail. The atoms which form these tracks are analogous to the traveling atoms of the cosmos. Okay. So now we get to chapter 13, the beginnings of mind and group consciousness. Group consciousness. Hey, if you like the video, please hit the like button. I'm sure it does something important. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. No, but really, it helps the algorithm boost my videos and say, hey, people like this content. So if you like it, hit that like button. Let's continue on with chapter 13. Oh, and by the way, you can open up the description of this video and find a download link to the PowerPoint presentation notes that I've made for this book. It might help you understand this content better. So go ahead and click on that link and download it. And if you feel so inclined and you get some value from this information, go ahead and send me a Cash App or a PayPal. The links are also in the description, conveniently placed beneath the free download link. Coincidence, crazy coincidence. All right, chapter 13, the beginnings of mind and group consciousness. We are now dealing with the beginnings of mind and it is necessary that these fundamentals be clearly grasped. You have already been told that movement of any object leaves a track in space. The object comes to rest, but the movement, as apart from the object, continues as pure movement. It is pure movement, movement in the abstract, which gave rise to the cosmos. This movement gave rise eventually to the locked up nodes of opposing force, which are the prime atoms. It is the most it is the movement of these atoms which forms the basis of manifestation. Manifestation, as you know it, is associated with the movement of objects, but life, mind, God are abstract, and they are based upon pure movement, unconnected with any object. In our studies, we have reached the point where the reflections of the cosmic atoms gathered about a great entity have made the prime matter of a universe. And this prime matter has been ordered and organized into a miniature cosmos by the reflection of the microcosmic reproduction of the cosmic macrocosm in a great entity. Hmm. Manifestation, as you know it, is associated with the movement of objects. But life, mind, God are abstract, and they are based upon pure movement unconnected with any object. In our studies, we have reached the point where the reflections of the cosmic atoms gathered about a great entity have made the prime matter of a universe. And this prime matter has been ordered and organized into a miniature cosmos by the reflection of the microcosmic reproduction of the cosmic macrocosm in a great entity. Reflection, reflection. Thank you, my friend. Cosmic Puzzle Piece. I appreciate your donation. Thank you so much. You will recall that in the evolution of the cosmos, the similar types of atoms settled down upon their planes, but a more complex type of atom could not settle down because their greater bulk caused them to react with a corresponding force to the centrifugal forces of the cosmos. And instead of being held upon the seventh plane by the synthesis of forces, continued their outward path till they struck against the ring pass not and were sent back to the central stillness. Here's a question: how can something hit the extreme edge and then all of a sudden be pushed back to the center? How can something like that happen? Well, you'd have to look at the shape of a toroid, of a torus, because the edge funnels back into the center. What we're dealing with these three rings is actually a torus field, a toroidal field. And that ring past not represents the extent, the edge, the extent of the awareness. Rosa Flame says, because it's a glass dome, man. Cosmic glass. I've always been a little suspicious of the black hole. I remember when they started to put out pictures of what a black hole looks like. I always thought it was kind of weird because at first they used to put out pictures of a black hole as like literally a black circle. But then at some point they changed the diagram to something that looks a whole lot like Dion Fortune's three rings, where you've got that ring cosmos looking ring and the ring chaos looking ring. Perhaps they're trying to show us what the extent of our universe looks like. in living color. Okay, so in our studies, we have reached the point where the reflections of the cosmic atoms gathered about a great entity have made the prime matter of a universe. And this prime matter has been ordered and organized into a miniature cosmos by the reflection of the microcosmic reproduction of the cosmic macrocosm in a great entity. You will recall that in the evolution of the cosmos, the smaller types of atoms settled down upon their planes, but in a more complex type of atom could not settle down because their greater bulk caused them to react with the corresponding force to the centrifugal forces of the cosmos. And instead of being held on the seventh plane by the synthesis of forces, they continued their outward path till they struck against the ring past knot and were sent back to the central stillness. Likewise, in a universe, the atoms appropriate to each plane drew their tracks in space. And because there is no persistence of action, they are mutually canceling. These tracks form the elemental essence of each plane. But these atoms, which are too complex in structure to settle down upon a plane, having gone out to the uttermost plane, return thence, not to a central stillness, but to a central point of unmanifestation, where the unmanifest wells up and becomes manifest. That is to say, that at that phase of developing manifestation, wherein new aspects of the logoidal consciousness are being realized, these traveling atoms find their nearest affinity. Listen to this. You will recall that it was previously said that the movement of an object leaves a track of pure movement in the unmanifest. And remember that the cosmic state is unmanifest when viewed from the standpoint of a universe. The logoidal images, therefore, have to pass from cosmic to manifest condition. And in that transition, they pass through a phase which is identical with that state of existence of the tracks in space drawn by the movement of an object. Therefore, being of the same nature, they can influence the tracks in space thus drawn. This part is important. This is something that I missed the first time around, but we're talking about those liminal in-between positions of manifestation. This in-between state allows the manifest to influence the unmanifest. This is kind of why it's a useful thing to go into deep meditation or deep concentration in your ritual to influence the outcome of your life, because you're going into that unmanifest state. So I'm going to read that again. You will recall that it was previously said that the movement of an object leaves a track of pure movement in the unmanifest. And remember that the cosmic state is unmanifest when viewed from the standpoint of a universe. The logoidal images, therefore, have to pass from a cosmic to a manifest condition. And in that transition, they pass through a phase, right? So from going from cosmic to manifest, to do that, they've got to go through a phase which is identical with that state of existence of the tracks in space drawn by the movement of an object. Therefore, being of the same nature, they can influence the tracks in space, thus drawn. Fast forward to now, you've got to tap into that state that is much like those tracks in space if you want to influence the world around you. You've done it many times before, but now it's time to do it on purpose. These tracks in space are always of the nature of a closed figure, like the tangential atom tracks. And as the different logoidal concepts are externalized, These atom tracks are influenced by them and so reproduce in miniature the logoidal phases, so that you can conceive great numbers of traveling atoms returning to the center and being, as it were, bathed in the influences of the logoidal ideas. These logoidal ideas, of course, are building the framework of the universe, and so creating a huge replica of the great entity, which is itself a replica of the cosmos. But within that universe, being tracks in space of the traveling atoms, not the atoms itself, or not the atoms themselves, are also replicas of the logos. In other words, tracks in space and air for the reasons given. These logoidal ideas, of course, are building the framework of the universe, and so creating a huge replica of the great entity, which is itself a replica of the cosmos. But within that universe, being tracks in space of the traveling atoms, not the atoms themselves, are also replicas of the logos. So that you have upon the seventh plane of a universe gathered about the creative center great numbers of two-natured entities. A traveling atom, which, because it has passed out through all the planes, has experienced the reactions of all the planes, and therefore can react in each of these respective ways when subjected to the stimuli which produce that reaction. And B, you have also, in addition to this atomic body, the track in space it describes in its atomic dance. This track it has in common with all other atoms, but in the case of a traveling atom, which has returned to the central creative point, this track in space is impressed with the logoidal image, and this distinguishes it from what may now be called the inanimate atoms. This track it has in common with all other atoms, but in the case of a traveling atom which has returned to this central creative point, this track in space is impressed with the logoidal image, and this distinguishes it from what we may now call the inanimate atoms. These atoms have come under the influence of the logoidal self-consciousness, and their tracks in space have been caused to react to that image by the sympathetic induction of vibration. The sympathetic induction of vibration, so that they have become miniature reflections of the logos, whereas they themselves have merely generated a tangential track of movement which had a simple rhythm of the repetition of that circular movement. They have imparted to them by the logoidal vibrations the same rhythm as the logos is vibrating to. Let's read that again. These atoms have come under the influence of the logoidal self-consciousness, and their tracks in space have been caused to react to that image by the sympathetic induction of vibration. What's the sympathetic induction of vibration? We learned about that in Stalking the Wild Pendulum, where you can talk about, say you have three violins sitting in an empty room on a table, and if you were to take the bow and vibrate the note C on one of those violins, the other violins will start vibrating that same note. Sympathetic induction of vibration. So simply by having the capacity to match the frequency that's traveling throughout the room, simply by having the capacity, right? And when I say the capacity, I mean the string was long enough and it's capable of matching that vibration. Because you think about a vibration, it's actually a wave that goes up and down. So since it's a wave, that means it has a trackable beginning, middle, and end. So for the string to have the capacity to hold that vibration, the string has to be long enough to hold the beginning, middle, and end of that vibration. So if it does, then when that note is going through the room, it's going to catch it. This happens with all stringed instruments. If you have a piano in that room too, if that violin is stringing at that C note, all the instruments in the room that can hold the capacity of that vibration will respond. That's why listening to live music in a concert is far different from listening to it in your headphones or your speakers, because there's extra stuff going on. You yourself have a capacity to hold vibrations too. So being in front of an orchestra, stringing, I remember the first time I heard a woman play the freaking harp. That was incredible. When I was working at Lowe's, and they used to do this thing where if they didn't have the proper person working in the department, they would snatch me and make me do the fucking job. I'm supposed to be mixing paint, and they have me doing deliveries of washing machines and refrigerators and shit. Well, anyways, we were doing a delivery on the island. The island is the fancy part around here. St. Simon's Island, Jekyll Island. I think it was Jekyll Island. Anyways, they got money out there and mansions and shit. And this lady was out there. We were delivering, I don't know, a washing machine to her or something. And I don't know. She had us listen to her play the harp, and she was plucking those strings, and it was as beautiful as I thought it would be. Right? I could feel the vibrations in my body as she plucked those strings. It resonated through the room, and it resonated through me. And I had this completely new understanding of vibration in that moment. I'd been in band before. I've played instruments and played shows and concerts and shit before. But being in front of that woman playing that harp, and she knew how to play it, I could feel those vibrations. So that relates to what was being said right here. The sympathetic induction of vibration. So let's read that part again. These atoms have come under the influence of the logoidal self-consciousness, and their tracks in space have been caused to react to that image by the sympathetic induction of vibration. In the same way that someone playing a harp in a room, you're going to feel that vibration hit you, and you're going to feel it resonate through your body. Minos says, makes me think about the sages and self-realized people, the enlightened ones, having the corresponding mental impressions. This shit ain't for everybody. Corresponding mental impressions, right? Right? Just like being a violin in a room, catching the frequency, right? Everybody doesn't catch it. Everybody don't catch it. And that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it's always been. Framestar Films. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Pork Hill. Peace, peace. Welcome. Welcome. Okay. Okay. These atoms have come under the influence of the logoidal self-consciousness, and their tracks in space have been caused to react to that image by the sympathetic induction of vibration, so that they have become miniature reflections of the logos. Miniature reflections of the logos. This is how we fall into archetypes, whether or not we understand what archetypes are. You simply have the capacity to hold the vibration. That's it. That's why there's no faking it on the energetic plane. You are what you are. You are what you are. Now be that. Be that. Whereas they themselves have merely generated a tangential track of movement which had a simple rhythm of the repetition of that circular movement. They have imparted to them, by the logoidal vibrations, the same rhythm as the logos is vibrating to. Now, remember that a repetition of circular movements gives rise to a rhythm, and that such a vibration is simply the impacting of a rhythm of one plane upon the substance of another. Now, remember that a repetition of circular movements gives rise to a rhythm, and that such a vibration is simply the impacting of a rhythm of one plane upon the substance of another plane. The logoidal rhythms therefore set the traveling atoms of a universe that experience their influence vibrating to the same rhythm. The logoidal rhythms, therefore, set the traveling atoms of a universe that experience their influence vibrating to the same rhythm. Thus, it is that the traveling atoms of a universe contain the potentialities of reaction of which the nature of the logos is capable. That is to say, that the logos, or great entity, in the course of its cosmic evolution, has acquired certain types of reaction. These are built into composite rhythms, and the composite rhythms are built into great chords. These chords are series of rhythms within rhythms, loops upon loops, to use another metaphor. Check this out. It is these composite rhythms that are impressed upon the traveling atoms of a universe when they approach that phase of existence where the unmanifest is coming into manifestation, and by the development of their own nature are able to contact that which is relatively unmanifest to their phase of existence. I'll read that again. It is these composite rhythms that are impressed upon the traveling atoms of the universe when they approach that phase of existence where the unmanifest is coming into manifestation, and by the development of their own nature are able to contact that which is relatively unmanifest to their phase of existence. Eric Barron says, so therefore the logos is your higher consciousness. Absolutely. Absolutely. Precisely. The concrete movement of an atom sets up an abstract movement, pure motion. The concrete movement of an atom sets up an abstract movement, pure motion. Pure motion is the characteristic of the cosmos, and therefore is of the same type of existence as a great entity or logos. So that each moving atom in the universe, by its movement, creates a counterpart of itself of the same type of existence as that which forms the cosmos. Therefore, the same nature as the logos of its universe, and therefore capable of reciprocal reaction with that logos. But the atoms of the planes, having settled down upon their planes, do not come into direct contact with the logoidal mind in its realization of concepts. But the traveling atoms, because they have not settled down upon the planes, have not become bound to their own forms. They're not stabilized, and therefore return to a primitive condition after they have reached a highly evolved state. And the forces of that primitive condition cannot influence them as they can the atoms of their own plane. These traveling atoms then have escaped from the laws of the manifested universe, which bind into forms, for the universe itself is a thought form, and are therefore exposed to the same laws which govern, which condition the logoidal nature, and therefore receive an identical impress to that which the cosmos has imprinted on the logos. And God made man in his image and likeness. Hmm. God made man in his image and likeness. Having received this imprint, these atoms proceed to gather about themselves other atoms, because the track in space, having had a definite rhythmical circular motion impressed upon it, and no longer performing a cannoning tangential Brownian movement, sets up a vortex, and the vortex draws other atoms into the sphere of its movement and holds them gyrating about it. Then you have this condition: an atom, the reflection of a cosmic atom, which is too complex to settle down upon a plane of manifestation, returns to the center, having developed by its movement a circuit of pure motion, which is of a cosmic type of manifestation. Its cosmic aspect is stamped with a logoidal image, tuned to the logoidal rhythm by the process described. And this abstract aspect of the atom, being thus conditioned with qualities, causes its concrete aspect to move with a circular rhythm of a corresponding type. And this circular rhythm, being thus held constant as distinguished from the tangential movements of the atoms of the planes, sets up a vortex, and the atoms about it are drawn into that vortex. Thus, we have a cosmic vibration of pure motion, holding a traveling atom to a particular type of movement, and the traveling atom, by its movement, drawing other atoms of the plane upon which this occurs into its orbit and holding them there. These three aspects are: A, the sparks of the cosmos, or divine ensouling spirit, which was first described as a track in space described by the atom. B, the atom, which is the beginnings of a vehicle and is known to you as the seed atom. C, the atoms of the seventh plane drawn into the orbit of the seed atom, constituting its seventh plane body. Great Scott. Great Scott. Exactly, a toroidal field. Exactly. Eric Barron says electricity and magnetism combined together makes a toroidal field. Yes, yes. And in this case, what we're really saying is it's not just electricity and magnetism, the two polar opposites of the one, the masculine and the feminine, the ring cosmos and ring chaos. So I guess all of these polar opposites, the titles can be interchanged, but essentially that's what it is. These two polar opposites create this dance that literally appears as a toroidal field. And it's within that toroidal field that we exist. Now, that third element, the ring past knot, that's the barrier and the boundary of that toroidal field. So see the toroidal field, it looks like this apple, looks like a donut, but the entire perimeter, that's the third aspect. That's the ring past knot. That's the neutral. That's the sattvic element. That's the firmament. Zero says that toroidal is even in the yin yang in some way. Absolutely, right? Because the yin yang also has those three aspects. Um, that, of course, the ring past knot, that's going to be the outside boundary of the yin yang. And those two dots represent the beginning and the end of that funnel in the middle of that torus field, the black hole, the white hole. I suppose we could go ahead and do this. Let me pull this up real quick. don't know, y'all. I don't fuck with y'all. I don't know, y'all. I don't fuck with y'all. Chapter 13. Yeah, 'cause I'm a big dog. All right, chapter 13. The Cosmic Doctrine, the beginnings of mind. Let's talk about it. When awareness learns to compare its experiences, the first process of mind is born. Consciousness now begins to organize itself. Awareness, once simple reflection, starts to compare. The universe begins to think about itself. From awareness to thought, consciousness now begins to organize itself. Awareness, once simple reflection, starts to compare. The universe begins to think about itself. Consciousness is light. Mind is its geometry. The triune process of mind: perception, comparison, and reaction. Every thought, cosmic or human, follows this rhythm. Mind is awareness in motion, reflecting upon itself. The logos thinks through its universe. We are an expression of those thoughts. The great entity uses its creation as its nervous system. Atoms, souls, and worlds are cells of divine thought. Every awareness feeds perception back to the center. Every being is a neuron in the mind of God. All right, this is the recap of the chapter we just read. Thought requires polarity, this versus that. Duality, once obstacle, becomes instrument, like the harp. Through contrast, clarity arises. Clarity is born from differentiation. Starlion, peace, peace and greetings. Oracle Messenger, peace, peace and greetings. So, formation of archetypes. Repeated comparisons reveal stable forms. Repeated comparisons reveal stable forms. Enduring patterns become archetypes. Remember, we talked about those grooves carved in space. And as time goes on, more atoms carve deeper grooves, which cause for more persistent manifestations. And as the spiral continues, the archetypes become more and more enduring. And since the world is full of archetypes and patterns, all new life naturally falls into these places. So there's always going to be somebody in a certain archetype. And these archetypes reflect in all areas of life, all walks of life. So that includes your family life, personal life, everything. Archetypes everywhere. Mind as organizer. Mind gathers scattered impressions into structure. It turns chaos into order, sensation into meaning. On every scale, it is the architect of coherence. Mind weaves meaning from motion. Each fragment develops its own rhythm of thinking. Unique minds form within the universal field. Diversity multiplies intelligence. Each and every mind is a local pattern of the one intellect. A local pattern of the one intellect. And that's what I mean. Throughout every walk of life, you're going to see these archetypes echo. You dig? Memory plus judgment equals choice. So memory stores experience. Judgment compares memories, and choice initiates new motion. Thus, intelligence accumulates through decision. And this is what you're faced with every single moment. Every single moment you are making a decision, aren't you? You're making a decision to listen to this video, to engage in the chat. You're making a decision of what you're going to be doing after this, after you're done watching this. You're making a decision on what you're going to do tomorrow. Every single moment, You're making a choice. Now, what's that choice based on? Judgment. You're comparing past experiences. And what are past experiences? Memory. Memory stores experience. So just keep this in mind when people talk about free will. Most of the time, because remember we talked about these grooves that are carved out into the energetic plane, and as time moves on and these grooves are carved deeper, that actually forms an autopilot. Now we've all created our own personal autopilot. You can pretty much live your life without thinking about it, can't you? You know what to do when you wake up and you get ready to go to work or school or whatever you do. You can go through all that process and come home and do what you do at home and then go to sleep. You can go through a full day on autopilot because you've done this so many times. You've carved the energetic patterns deeply, deeply. You could live your whole life with your eyes closed, metaphorically speaking. So just keep that in mind when we talk about free will. Everything that you do is actually based on these grooves and patterns that you've carved in reality. Everything. So life is predictable in that way. You can be a psychic if you wanted to. You can predict what's going to happen tomorrow and next year based off of the patterns that you've carved. Now, if you want something different, if you want something new, if you want something that you haven't experienced yet, perhaps that means you've got to carve out new decisions, new pathways. Maybe, 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 maybe. Darkness to light 515. Peace and greetings. Darkness to light says Travis is like a Jedi master in the Star Wars story. The Force or God is strong with Travis. Thank you for that compliment. I appreciate it. Eric Barron says, so therefore the question becomes, are your memories a residue of the past, or is your mind a map unto the future? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, you've developed your own autopilot. Do you want to continue with that, or do you want something? It's a game, as I've been saying all night. It's all a game. Do you understand the rules of the game that you're playing? Do you want to win, or are you just having fun? It would suck to be playing this game and losing and not having fun. If that's your scenario, you know, let's do something about it now. It's 2026, almost. Next week is 2026. Zero says, man, this is so powerful. You literally break down what I did this year, Trav. Thank you. Yeah, man, we're all flowing in the same toroidal field. I'd rather be here than there. Uh-oh. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, to witness your breath without controlling is a challenge. Absolutely. And I was reading earlier about pranayama, right? How we've got the karma of the physical and we've got the karma of the mental, and how pranayama serves as a balancing exercise of those two. Because remember earlier we talked about these polar opposites, electromagnetism causing the torus field, and I said it's not just electric or magnet, it's all polar opposites, positive, negative, masculine, feminine, all these different. This is the duality of existence, right? So to balance that duality, you've got to implement that third perspective, which is that ring past knot. In this case, you talk about to witness your breath without controlling is a challenge. And it is that practice right there that helps to balance the physical karma and the mental karma. pranayama, pranayama. Extremely simple, easy to overlook. But man, if you could just do it for 5 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day will start to change your life. Absolutely, cosmic puzzle piece. Absolutely. Thus, intelligence accumulates through decision. Wisdom is remembered choice. Wisdom is remembered choice. Birth of time. When awareness distinguishes before and after, time arises as inner experience. Mind transforms eternal rhythm into sequence. Mind transforms eternal rhythm into sequence. Time is the shadow of thought upon motion. You can get these PDF slides and the link in the description for free if you want them for yourself. Just click the link and download them. I made them just for you. Purpose of mind. Mind coordinates the vast field of awareness. It replaces automatic evolution with deliberate creation. The Logos now chooses how to evolve. Through mind, spirit learns to act intentionally. So the human parallel, we've got perception, we've got thought, we've got action. So remember what I said just now based off of your comment, cosmic puzzle piece, you got that physical karma, the mental karma, and then you've got that pranayama, which is awareness of breathing. In us, perception leads to thought, and thought leads to action. Each cycle mirrors the same cosmic law. Clear thinking aligns microcosm with macrocosm. To think clearly is to cooperate with the Logos. Listen, your life should be in alignment with the will of God. And how do you know the will of God? Well, you should probably start paying attention to the difference between your ego and your higher self, between the animal beast that is the human body and the consciousness that operates in the background. If you take time to observe these different intelligences at play, you'll start to figure out who is who. You start to see which is which. Mind, will, and emotion. Three forces must balance. Three forces must balance. Will gives direction. Love gives value. Wisdom gives form. Mind is harmony of these streams. Balanced mind is the meeting place of heart and will. Creative intelligence. When thought stabilizes, it becomes imagination. The Logos can now create new archetypes at will, not reactively, but consciously. Evolution advances when thinking becomes creation. So, the core principles: one, mind begins through comparison. Two, contrast and repetition forge archetypes. Three, every mind is a node of universal intelligence. Four, intelligence evolves through memory, through judgment, through choice. Five, mind bridges instinct and creation. The universe learns to think, and you are one of its thoughts. You are one of its thoughts. And I wonder if you know what it means to find your dreams come true. I wonder if you know what it means. Darkness Light says, I've watched Travis evolve over the was evolved last few years. It's been inspiring. Travis understands the principles and nature of God. Travis has, the Bible puts it, has eyes to see. I believe everyone has a unique gift as part of a greater body. Travis's gift and what Travis does to help others is profound. Thank you for that, Darkness Light. I appreciate your kind words. And I wonder if you know what it means. What it means. And I wonder. Okay, let's do another chapter, shall we? Unless you're sleepy. We'll play it by ear. We'll do chapter 14, the seed atom building a seventh plane body. God body. Let's see, what else do we have? How many pages is this particular chapter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6. 15. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, yeah, we'll do one more chapter. That's plenty. Plenty. I think I'll get another cup of coffee. That sounds about right. And I wonder. Y'all all right? How we doing? How we doing, chat? How's your Saturday? Excuse me, now it's Sunday. How's your Sunday? Drew is original says, I got these coffee scented candles bussin'. Hazelnut, huh? What brand is that? Drew is original. You know what I'm waiting on? I found some bacon scented essential oil. I'm waiting on that bacon scented essential oil to show up. And I hope that it smells like bacon, because that might be my new favorite. Typically, I'm mostly enveloped in vanilla type smells or possibly fruity pebbles. I don't mind smelling that all day long. But if that bacon essential oil actually smells like bacon, I might be in a whole new world. One Man Zion says, any good referrals as far as pranayama tutorials? Okay, so let's see. There is one book from the Bihar School of Yoga that I think is pretty good. Let me pull that up for you. Wow. My name is Meatwad in the honey sea. Driving in my car, looking like a star. Cause we are the Aqua Teens. Womp, 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 womp. Number 1 in the hood, G. Okay, so if you want a book, if you want a text, check this one out right here. Prana and Pranayama. This is what it looks like. It's light blue. Light blue Prana and Pranayama. The author is Swami Niranjanananda Saraswati. It's called Prana and Pranayama. He goes into great detail about not just the theory, but also the practices, like what to visualize, Many different techniques, so not just one. Honestly, I prefer the Bihar School of Yoga and their teachings on yogic science. This is super clear to me. Highly recommended. They go into chakra style, pranic breathing, one stop shop, everything you need to know. That's my recommendation. As Louis says, Bihar all the way, right? So check that one out. Number one in the hood, G. Aeronica Urban Coffee Candle. That bacon sounds crazy. I hope, man. I hope. If it smells like garbage, I'm gonna be highly disappointed. Because sometimes these oils will have a good label, and because you can't smell it on Amazon, you kind of have to take a gamble. It better smell like bacon, or I'm gonna leave a terrible review. I'm vegan, so I got to get my bacon somehow, right? All right. Nadraj Ram says, "You ever notice the diaper aisle smells like myrrh?" I don't know. I have to check that out next time I leave my house, which may be a very long time from now. Zero says, "I'm learning about the D9 chart, Navamsha in Vedic astrology, and it confirms some intuitive things I received." Yeah. All right. Seed Adam, building a seventh plane body. Look, if you ain't built up a seventh plane body, you can't talk to me, right? We have nothing to say. There's not a conversation that can be held between us. Get your seventh plane body up, all right? I only fuck with seven plane body having individuals. Point blank, period. If you ain't got a seventh plane body, we have nothing to discuss. You don't exist to me. You ain't shit. I'm God. You're nothing. Get your seven plane body up. Oh yeah, all this damn yapping. I'm supposed to make myself some coffee. All right, quick break as I get myself some refill. Re-up.
Oh, so you doing the bending? Is that what it is?
That's hilarious, man. Who did that? What is this clip? I don't even know.
Bends through Crystal Seeker. Within the unicorn circle, every facet is revealed. Listen.
I am listening.
Speak the hidden name with me.
Alien.
Let it carve itself into your
I
spirit.
feel it shining.
You have received.
Oh, so you.
All right, yeah. I'll be right back. Hold on just a second. Trying to look for a clip to leave you with. While I refill my mug. It's been a while since we've seen the leprechaun, right? Let's try the leprechaun. Framestar says, "What would bacon scent bring to your practice?" Or furthermore, would you speak a little to how scent incense adds to your practice other than to make offerings. Yeah, man. Specifically, I utilize the scent to trigger and to deepen specific trance states. So, I mentioned the Fruity Pebbles. My default is, like, say, I'll use a type of what is it? Snickerdoodle or like a vanilla scent. That's just like a default everyday regular state. But when I want to tap into like creativity or get into a state where like I'm attempting to manifest something specifically with creativity or visualization, that's when I'll use the Fruity Pebbles. But yeah, that's what I do. I get into a specific state of what I'm trying to embody or produce or reflect or whatever, and I try to associate a specific smell with that. So every time I want to go into that state, I induce a particular smell. Now, sometimes I could find myself getting really distracted and sidetracked. It helps if I light a candle and put some of that essential oil on, and it'll help me to naturally gravitate into that state. With the bacon, I haven't assigned anything to that. That's going to be a brand new scent for me, so it's fresh. Um, Really, I'm getting it for the novelty. I just want to see if it smells good. If it does, then I think I'll naturally associate it with something. But yeah, that's what I do with the scents. I allow the scents, I anchor them to a specific state, and I ignite them to help me either induce that state or to deepen that state. But not really. I just wanted to see if it smells like it. And it's not always magical work. Sometimes it's just well-being. Um, like I have cinnamon that I often use if I want to kind of just get a sense of like childhood comfort. I can remember some good times around Christmas, and I could smell the cinnamon. I'm experimenting now with the apple pie and cinnamon blend, and that does pretty well to kind of take me back to the good days of being a kid. You know, I find that smells are really good for time travel. We'll put it that way. The key is only using those smells when you're doing that specific thing. Joe says, I really like to use some Venus correspondence on Fridays. Yeah, and see, this is another trick of expanding your library of correspondences. The more that you expand your library of correspondences, the more that you see that your everyday life, you're already doing stuff in tune with planetary forces. Because if you really want to think about it, everything has to fall under some category, whether it's planetary or elemental. astrological or elemental. Every single thing in your life has to fall into some category of one of the 7 planets, the 12 zodiac, or the 5 elements. Everything. So building your library of correspondences, you think that you're actually building something, but what you're actually doing is remembering and becoming aware of how everything in your life already fits into these categories. And that's really what Kabbalah is all about. Kabbalah is building a library style infrastructure to categorize data, to build order out of chaos, and to keep track of all this. That's what Kabbalah is, to make sense of reality. Therefore, you can act accordingly when things make sense. Sal Padilla, peace. Sal says, I ended up getting Volcano Island fragrance oil from Virginia Candle Supply based on your recommendation of the Fruity Pebbles. What does Volcano Island smell like? What is that? But yeah, I currently have Fruity Pebbles from that same brand. What is Volcano Island like? You got to tell me. Zero says, I really like using songs as anchors, and you make me realize one time I combined berry incense with some songs and achieved a specific trance state. Yeah, man, yeah, it works. It really does work. And like I said, the trick is to do it on purpose. Only ignite those smells when you're trying to go into a specific trance state. And you'll find that it works better each time you do it. Each time you do it. One thing I have learned is that we are always in a trance and we are always playing a game. So instead of trying to fight that and resist that, your energy might be better suited trying to understand how to do things better, how to have better trances, and how to play better games. Sal says, I think it smells like ocean scent. I plan to use it for Paymon. Okay, awesome, awesome. And just like I said, it'll be best if you only use that scent, that fragrance, when you're doing work with the spirit. Not even if it smells good, don't just fire it up just for fun. At first, make sure to only associate, just like think about Pavlov's dogs, right? Because your human body, the 5 senses, you're an animal too. So you want to train yourself like an animal. Pavlov's dogs, he only rang that bell when he was bringing them food. And what happened? It got to the point where when he rang that bell, they started to salivate anyway. It was the bell that triggered that thing inside of them. So what happens with these fragrances and these scents is that if you only use them, right? See, I don't have a scent for all of my trance states, but I have scents for specific states. And when I use those scents, I automatically go into that trance now because I've been diligent about that. So train yourself just like Pavlov's dogs. Mike Bula. All right, coffee made. I think we're ready. I think we're ready. Yes, sir. I only plan to use it with my first contact. Excited and thankful for the opportunity to be in your course. Glad you're here, my friend. And like I said, I'm looking forward to hearing about your progress. For sure, for sure. For sure. Matthew Watson, peace and greetings, my friend. Peace and greetings. All right. Building a seventh plane body. Chapter 14, Seed Atom. We have traced the development of a three-part unit of evolution, and you will see that three is again the number of manifestation. Three rings to the cosmos, three aspects of the universe, and also three factors to a unit of consciousness. These units of consciousness are each separate insofar as the seed atoms and those atoms of the seventh plane matter which surround them are concerned. The seed atom and its surrounding envelope forms a definite system of stresses and reactions which are intercompensating. In their reactions to each other's stresses, they have achieved an equilibrium and therefore become an unit. Let's read that again. The seed atom and its surrounding envelope forms a definite system of stresses and reactions which are intercompensating. In their reactions to each other's stresses, they have achieved an equilibrium and therefore become a unit. A unit is that set of interacting forces which have achieved an equilibrium and thus become stabilized. A unit is a set of interacting forces which have achieved an equilibrium and have thus become stabilized. A lot like your mental framework, a lot like your physical body. Unit. Such a stabilized set of interacting forces which have achieved a definite rhythm of compensation will react in unison to any outside influence. They will react in unison to any outside influence. And as no part of such a compensating system can be affected without affecting all the rest and causing them to react, it will be seen that such an association functions as a unit. With regard to the tracks in space, however, which have received the logoidal impress and may now be referred to as divine images, reflections, sparks from the cosmic fire, and will be referred to as divine sparks, the case is different. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the tracks in space, those grooves carved by repetition, the basis of memory. Let us take a single divine spark and study its nature. It is exposed to three sets of influences. One, the experiences transmitted to it by the seed atom. Two, the influences of its fellow divine sparks. Three, it's in rapport with the logos. It is aware of the logos, and the logos is aware of it. These influences are constantly changing in rhythms of different wavelengths. And the divine spark endeavors by means of compensatory stresses to blend all these into a regular tune. The logoidal influences change with the cosmic tides, which are very vast. The influences of the seed atom are incomparably speedier, and the divine sparks, its fellows, are all reacting without correlation to each other. The divine sparks are reacting without correlation to each other. Something else to remember. The cosmos phases reflected by the logoidal mind, form the first great stabilizing influences, and the warring sparks settle down to the tides of positive and negative phases, and gradually relationships are established. Stresses are adjusted and compensated, and all divine sparks become correlated among themselves in a give and take of reactions. When this takes place, then evolution has reached its zenith. When has evolution reached its zenith? Well, the cosmos phases reflected by the logoidal mind form the first great stabilizing influences, and the warring sparks settle down to the tides of positive and negative phases. And gradually, relationships are established. And remember what was said on the previous page, a unit is that set of interacting forces which have achieved an equilibrium and have become stabilized. So look, relationships are established, stresses are adjusted and compensated, and all divine sparks become correlated among themselves in a give and take of reactions. When this takes place, then evolution has reached its zenith. So when that whole ecosystem forms a harmonious relationship with itself as a unit, evolution has reached its zenith. Could it be? Do you think it's possible for someone to slow down evolution by preventing harmony within an ecosystem? Do you think that evolution can be intentionally slowed down? Would this be a possibility, you think? And if you, because you could say no and say that because it's possible to slow it down, then that in itself means that we aren't ready. But if you say yes, then I wonder what it would benefit someone to intentionally slow down evolution. What would it benefit somebody from doing that? I can see an argument for both, because if the fact that somebody can slow down evolution, then that would mean that the body is not ready to evolve, right? But I wonder what would be the benefit of someone who would deliberately slow down evolution like that. Does anyone have any ideas?
La 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 la.
So, where we at? The cosmos phases, reflected by the logoidal mind, form the first great stabilizing influences, and the warring sparks settle down to the tides of positive and negative phases, and gradually relationships are established, stresses are adjusted and compensated, and all divine sparks become correlated among themselves in a give and take of reactions. When this takes place, then evolution has reached its zenith. Upon the abstract aspect, they present a perfect replica of the logos at that stage of its evolution. And upon the form side of things, a geometric form is presented, built out of the atoms grouped about the nuclear seed atoms. And this form is that to which the lines of force give rise, just as the crystal is a geometric form constructed by particles of matter arranged about lines of force. And as the cosmos was built up out of these inter-revolving rings, the logoidal symbol is spherical. And as the number of prime manifestation is 3, the symbol of the first globe is a 3-sided figure, a 3-sided pyramid within a sphere. Hmm. Three-sided pyramid inside of a sphere. You ever seen that symbol before? Salpadia says maybe it has to do with reincarnation cycles, and depending on your own evolution, it can take many cycles before you become enlightened. I'm never getting this creamer again. You will thus perceive that the first planetary form has been evolved. Upon the cosmic aspect of things, the position has been arrived at in which a great entity has developed a satellite. The great entity is aware of its satellite. Okay, yeah. Let's get to this part. A great entity is aware of its satellite. Its consciousness conditions its satellite. And its satellite is aware of the great entity. But though the collective consciousness of the satellite is influenced by the great entity, and therefore there is reaction between the entity and the satellite, it is not conscious of the great entity with its collective consciousness, but with innumerable individualized consciousnesses whose collective consciousness is merely aware that they are aware, which is quite a different matter. I remember this part from the last reading. One of those things that's a little bit difficult to grasp on the first time around, but I think it makes sense when we keep track of what was being said, chapter 11, about how the objects that we are aware of have their own level of consciousness. But since it's a fraction of our consciousness, it doesn't have the capacity to be aware of us as the observer. So the objects in your vicinity have an awareness. They just can't be aware of you. They're not sophisticated enough to be aware of you, but they are aware of each other, and they're aware of the influence that you have upon their reality. Likewise, we can't fully be aware of our God, right? Of our higher creator, because we're only fragments of our higher creator. And we can deduce that it exists based on its influence upon us and the things around us. But a direct awareness, we don't have the capacity for that. So I'll read that paragraph again. Rosa Flame says planets to the sun and moons to the planets. Yes. Yes. So upon the cosmic aspect of things, the position has been arrived at in which a great entity has developed a satellite. The great entity is aware of its satellite. Let me go back just a little bit. Because why? Why even that? Okay, so upon the abstract aspect, they represent a perfect replica of the logos at that stage of its evolution. And upon the form side of things, a geometric form is presented built out of the atoms grouped about the nuclear seed atoms. And this form is that which the lines of force give rise, just as the crystal in a geometric form constructed by particles of matter arranged about lines of force. And as the cosmos was built up out of three interrevolving rings, the logoidal symbol is spherical. And as the number of prime manifestation is 3, the symbol of the first globe is a 3-sided figure, a 3-sided pyramid within a sphere. You will thus perceive that the first planetary form has been evolved. First planetary form has been evolved. Upon the cosmic aspect of things, the position has been arrived at in which a great entity has developed a satellite. The great entity is aware of its satellite. Its consciousness conditions its satellite. And its satellite is aware of the great entity. But though the collective consciousness of the satellite is influenced by the great entity, and therefore there is a reaction between the entity and the satellite, it is not conscious of the great entity with its collective consciousness, but with innumerable individualized consciousnesses whose collective consciousness is merely aware that they are aware, which is quite a different matter. There exists, then, in the satellite, a collective consciousness which is self-conscious, aware of the conditions of its own existence as a satellite, and innumerable individualized consciousnesses which are aware of the conditions in the group of atoms gathered around the seed atom with which they are associated, but which are unaware of the conditions of groups of atoms gathered around other seed atoms, and which are also each and separately aware of the great entity. The consciousness of the great entity towards its satellite resembles the sight of a human eye, but the consciousness of the satellite towards the great entity resembles the sight of a spider's eye. Innumerable facets reflecting innumerable images which have to be focused in the brain correlating to the group consciousness. When all the divine sparks are perfectly adjusted to each other so that there is perfect reciprocity of reaction throughout their mass, then there is a collective consciousness which focuses the images of the facets. When this is achieved, there is a reciprocal consciousness between the satellite and the great entity because they meet on equal terms. So what's the condition of meeting on equal terms? When all the divine sparks are perfectly adjusted to each other so that there is perfect reciprocity of reaction throughout their mass, then there is a collective consciousness which focuses the images of the facets. When this is achieved, there is reciprocal consciousness between the satellite and the great entity because they meet on equal terms. So we're talking about a hive mind of sorts, a oneness. Maybe moving towards that is the inevitable future for us. Do you think that we're on track of reaching a hive mind status? Do you think that humanity as it is now is moving towards, what does he say here? When all the divine sparks are perfectly adjusted to each other so that there is perfect reciprocity of reaction throughout their mass? I wonder how close we are to that. I wonder if we've gotten any closer to that. The form of the satellite has been determined by the great entity's concept of itself. Apart from the constructive consciousness of the units composing it, and now the divine sparks, having attained reciprocal reaction, have achieved a collective focused consciousness, and this consciousness functions as a unit and is therefore capable of objective consciousness, and the only object of its own plane within its sphere is the great entity. Now, the great entity, being aware of the consciousness of the satellite, is aware of the content of consciousness, which is the sum total of the satellite's experiences developing, which have already been recounted. So check this out right here. Interesting. The great entity then has become aware of the evolution of a satellite. And this introduces a new factor into the consciousness of the logoidal mind. And this factor has to be assimilated to the rest of the content of consciousness. And as stability has been reached by the satellite and it has attained to a regular rhythm, the monotony of the stimulus causing the attention of the great entity to be withdrawn from it and consequently free to attend exclusively to the assimilation of the new factor which it has received into its consciousness. And the satellite, being thus without external stimulus sinks into subconsciousness and thereby stereotypes its reactions. Once more, the great entity then has become aware of the evolution of a satellite. And this being aware of the evolution of the satellite, this introduces a new factor into the consciousness of the logoidal mind. Remember about the logoidal mind having an instrument of 5 bells, and it can write all these songs with those 5 bells. But when they added that new bell, that wasn't simply a new note. Now you can write so many more new songs because of that extra bell. It expands the capacity. It multiplies the capacity. Likewise, the great entity then has become aware of the evolution of a satellite, and this introduces a new factor into the consciousness of the logoidal mind. And this factor has to be assimilated to the rest of the content of consciousness. And as stability has been reached by the satellite and it has attained to a regular rhythm, the monotony of the stimulus causing the attention of the great entity to be withdrawn from it and consequently free to attend exclusively to the assimilation of the new factor which it has received into its consciousness. And the satellite, being thus without external stimulus, sinks into subconsciousness and thereby stereotypes its reactions. Benny Loggins Gaming. Peace. Peace, peace. Framestar Film says the more fleeting moments of it on the individual level should eventually spark the fire that engulfs all in rapture before burning out and starting all over again on a subtler or grosser level. It all adds to that fire. Or it all adds to that potential fire. Yeah. Starline asks, can one think his way into power, or does it have to be channeled? Well, what's your definition of power? What's your concept of power? Like, what does power mean? Your question depends on the definition of those terms. Because then you could swap out the word power with anything else. Can one think there? What's the opposite of power? Swap out that term with the opposite of power and see if you can find the answer. Higher and higher. Statue of Liberty. The great entity, then, has sunk into subjective consciousness and is actively engaged in assimilating the new factor and again achieving a synthesis of consciousness. During this process, all its forces are indrawn. It radiates nothing. It no longer holds its universe in consciousness. 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 Interesting. Therefore, the universe is only held together by the self-consciousness which that universe itself has achieved during the inturning of the attention of the great entity in the process of assimilating the new idea presented to it by its universe. The universe is left to its own devices and therefore does not progress or change, but constantly repeats the rhythm at which it has arrived and thereby stereotypes it so that the equilibrium of forces at which it has arrived at the time of the indrawing of the great entity's attention becomes set into form. So it no longer progresses or changes, but constantly repeats the rhythm which it has arrived at and thereby stereotypes it. So that the equilibrium of forces at which it had arrived at the time of the indrawing of the great entity's attention becomes set into form. Hmm. The great entity, having thoroughly grasped and assimilated the new idea thus presented, in this case, the idea of a threefold unit of a traveling atom with a consciousness upon one side and an enveloping body upon the other, rouses itself from its introspection to the contemplation of a universe fashioned upon this model. The units of consciousness developed in the satellites are at once aware of the new stimulus. The units of consciousness developed in the satellites are at once aware of this new stimulus. They are aware of the idea of action and reaction between a directing mind and an attached body. And upon this archetypal concept, they proceed to evolve. So a new update has arrived: mind and body. Everybody got the update and proceeded to get with the program. The units of consciousness developed in the satellite are at once aware of the new stimulus. They're aware of the idea of action and reaction between a directing mind and an attached body. And upon this archetypal concept, they proceed to evolve. Thus, a new set of stresses is set up, which oversets the equilibrium established in the group mind of that satellite. And therefore, all the units composing that satellite are dispersed and set out to follow the path again of the wandering atoms, but plus a divine spark of consciousness and a sixth plane body. So notice, even the satellite, even the consciousness of that satellite is following the same pattern that the wandering atoms followed when they were traveling throughout the cosmos collecting experience, then reaching a state of equilibrium in the center and then being overset again. Now, what caused that overset to happen? The rings continuing to spin from positive to negative. From positive to negative. Realm Lilith, peace and greetings. Good evening. The form of the archetypal satellite, however, which became stereotyped during the inturning of the logos, remains as an archetypal form. Okay, so the form of the archetypal satellite, however, which became stereotyped during the inturning of the logos, remains as an archetypal form. This you may conceive as circling about the logos upon the seventh plane. The divine sparks, having progressed outward as far as the sixth plane by their rotary movements, gather around themselves new bodies of the sixth plane matter. And the process is repeated precisely as before. A, the resynthesis of the sparks. B, the establishment of the compensating reactions, which constitutes group consciousness. C, the reciprocal reactions of the group consciousness and the logoidal consciousness. D, the interning of the logos to assimilate the new idea. And E, the stereotyping of the reactions of the satellite by repetition. Repetition. But there is this difference in the present case. During the time that the evolution of the first satellite was proceeding, there was nothing in existence in the universe save the logos, the satellite, and the planes of atoms. But during the evolution of the second satellite, the first was undergoing a new phase of development. The logos, having realized the possibility of an endowment of atoms with the logoidal likeness, thinks of the atoms in this way, and the atoms become thus endowed. Now, the atoms of the seventh plane, as of all other planes, are continually undergoing a backwards and forwards tide-like movement. As the positive logoidal phases draw them outwards to the center, and the negative logoidal phases thrust them outwards. Okay, so the positive phases draws them inwards to the center, and the negative phases thrust them outwards. And as the attention of the dim consciousness of the atoms is raised in the positive phase of the logos towards itself, for remember that place in a projected thought form universe really means state. And as the attention of the dim consciousness of the atoms is raised in the positive phase of the logos towards itself, they receive the imprint of the logos' concept of them, and they are thus caused to vibrate in the same rhythmical tunes as the first evolving atoms had at the time when the logos became aware of their content of consciousness. That is to say, at the conclusion of their evolution. The new evolving atoms thus start where the old ended. Once again, this reminds me of this guy. The Fool card, standing on the shoulders of giants, those who came before him. That's what the bag represents. That's why the sun is right behind that bag. That sun is actually the son of Kether, representing the history of all the evolution that came before the Fool. He stands on giants. He walks upon the ruins of ancient civilizations. Beefing with my chick while I'm in jail. Pure peace zone. Peace and greetings to you. Peace and greetings. The new evolving atoms thus start where the old ended. By the archetypal forces of the first satellite, They are speedily sorted into the same formation as their predecessors, rapidly recapitulating their development. Sometimes you got to rapidly recapitulate your development. I don't know about you, but I'm rapidly recapitulating. They have, then, but to arrive at a synthesis of reaction, which is collective consciousness, to become conscious of the logos. And the same process is repeated as in the previous case. The first swarm of atoms, having completed their evolution in the second satellite, as already described, issue forth and undergo a third evolution upon the fifth plane. So they're going from the outside in. Interesting. Interesting. Heading back to the center, it seems. Heading back to the center. The second swarm in the first satellite proceed likewise by the same path to the sixth plane, and are there caught up and organized by the already existing set of archetypal forces left behind by the first swarm. Meanwhile, as the swarm of atoms has been sent by the Logos to people the first satellite, the Logos now thinks of atoms as having two enveloping shells. And so the new atoms are endowed with the capacity to gather about themselves matter of two planes, mind and body, remember? Thus, the process goes on until the first swarm of traveling atoms, each surrounded by an envelope of the matter of each plane upon which it has evolved, has built up a satellite upon the first plane. And each preceding satellite is peopled by hosts of divine sparks, each of which has built itself an envelope or series of envelopes according to the state of evolution at which it has arrived. Aha. So that is an explanation of where these seven bodies have come from: physical, etheric, lower astral, higher astral, lower mental, spiritual, lower mental, higher mental, spiritual. Thus, the process goes on until the first swarm of traveling atoms, each surrounded by an envelope of matter of each plane upon which it has evolved, has built up a satellite upon the first plane. And each preceding satellite is peopled by hosts of divine sparks, each of which has built itself an envelope or series of envelopes according to the state of evolution at which it has arrived. But the first swarm of divine sparks, by the inherent forces of their natures, have devised themselves forms. The Logos has become aware of the fact and has sent out each succeeding swarm with the achievements of the first swarm implanted as archetypal ideas in their consciousness. That is to say, that whatever rhythms have been achieved are impacted as vibrations in each successive swarm. This is what is meant by involution. Aha. So involution is that data that we have within us that was earned in previous manifestations, previous incarnations, previous swarms of consciousness, that have already done the work of figuring these things out. There was an existence where chewing food with teeth was brand new, and everybody had to learn how to do that and master that before it was automatically uploaded to the next group that came through. I wonder what it is that that's new this time around that we're mastering. I don't think we'll ever know, but interesting to think about. What's new this go round? This version of humans. This is what is meant by involution. Evolution is the expression of these in the matter of whatever plane it is upon which evolution is proceeding. It will be thus seen from the foregoing that in time, all the sixth plane atoms will undergo this process. It will thus be seen from the foregoing that in time, all the six plane atoms will undergo this process. You will notice, or you will note, that just as the symbol of the satellite upon the seventh plane was a sphere with a three-sided solid figure, a pyramid with triangular sides. The sixth plane is a four-sided figure, a cube, and so on down the planes. The fifth plane has a five-faceted figure. The fourth plane has a six-faceted figure. The third plane has a seven-faceted figure. The second plane has an eight-faceted figure. Then the first plane has a nine-faceted figure. You will see that the numbers add up to 10. Oh, that would explain the different ranks in the Golden Dawn. That makes sense. You will see that the numbers add up to 10, and that 9 is the number of the sides of the facets forming the figure, which symbolizes the forces of the first plane. Therefore, 3 times 3 is the perfect number in the first plane. 10 is the number of forces in manifestation for our universe, but 9 is the number of the cosmic force which called that universe into being when that force is manifested on the first plane. Hot dog. Hot diggity dog. Okay. So that concludes the reading aspect of our study tonight. We'll do a quick recap. Beefing with my chick while I'm in jail. We'll do a quick recap. And that was chapter 14. So let's see what we got for chapter 14. Bing bong. Chapter 14, the evolution of mind. As the mind compares, contrasts, and contributes, it builds the web of consciousness through which the Logos thinks. Awareness has been born. Now it must learn how to think. The great entity begins to evolve its own mental processes, intelligence learning to organize itself. Mind matures by reflecting upon its awareness. From comparison to integration. Early mind divided reality into opposites. Now it begins to synthesize them, to hold polarity in unity. Wisdom is comparison transformed into harmony. Every conscious being communicates with others. These exchanges form the network of cosmic intelligence. The Logos thinks through its worlds. Each soul is a synapse in the cosmic brain. The law of relationship. Mind evolves through connection. Every link between ideas or beings adds dimension to thought. The more relationships sustained, the richer the awareness. Intelligence grows by association. So, polarity is the engine of growth. We talk about receptivity and activity. These are two forces that drive every mind. Receptivity, which is the absorbing impressions, activity, which is generating responses, inflow and outflow. Balance creates flow, imbalance creates stagnation. Awareness breathes in perception and exhales creation. When many minds harmonize, a group mind forms. Plants, species, and logos evolve through shared cognition. Shared cognition. Unity of purpose multiplies awareness. Unity of purpose multiplies awareness. Cooperation amplifies consciousness. Cooperation amplifies consciousness. Oops. Cooperation amplifies consciousness. So, the role of experience. Experience under law refines thought. Repetition becomes recognition. Recognition becomes principle. Each cycle of experience raises comprehension. Experience is the raw material of understanding. Al Dickey, that's my real name. Peace increases. Peace increases. Peace and greetings, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Experience is the raw material of understanding. So, Error and limitation are teachers. Error and limitation are teachers. Error, by discovering what fails, defines what works. Contrast sharpens clarity. So it's not about avoiding or running away from the experiences that we don't like. It's about integrating and learning from all the experiences that we have. The three levels of mind: concrete mind, abstract mind, and logoidal mind. So we talk about the concrete mind. This is reason, analysis, observation. Talk about the abstract mind. This is synthesis, intuition, and symbolism. The logoidal mind, we talk about pure vision, creative awareness. Mind climbs from form to concept to consciousness. Mind ascends from logic to vision. Mind provides form, will provides direction. When they unite, thought becomes creative. The Logos acts with deliberate purpose. Perfect thought obeys perfect intention. Pure Peace Zone says, but Trav, I don't like those experiences. And that's fine. I don't like them either. But reality does not require our consent or our participation for that matter. Human reflection. Within you, the same law applies. Your intellect evolves whenever perception meets purpose. Blueberry muffins. Who has blueberry muffins? Human reflection. Within you, the same law applies. Your intellect evolves whenever perception meets purpose. Every synthesis mirrors cosmic awakening. Each new understanding is a microscopic evolution. WT says, me. Okay, so it's you. Yeah, I just had a strong taste of blueberry muffins. Awesome. And I have not had blueberry muffins in years. Years, years. Cool. Cool beans. Thank you for speaking up. See, I only have those random tastes when I'm doing these live streams, so it's got to be y'all. It only happens when I'm doing these live streams. The sacred act of thinking. Each thought adds structure to the world's intelligence. Each thought adds structure to the world's intelligence. Clear thinking refines the collective mind of humanity. Right thought is spiritual service. To think truly is to serve the Logos. The spiral of intelligence, from comparison, which awakens the intellect, to integration, which builds wisdom, to unity with purpose, which creates new worlds. The pattern repeats eternally. The cosmos evolves by thinking itself into higher coherence. So the core principles: 1, mind evolves through relationship and synthesis. 2, polarity, error, and contrast are teachers. 3, collective intelligence is the body of the Logos. 4, will and mind unite for creation. 5, each thought contributes to cosmic awakening. Your thinking is the Logos learning through you. Through you. And it's just like that. All right. So that concludes tonight's book study. Star Film says people have been tasting lasagna for way too long. Yeah. And it's always sweets and desserts. Thank God, right? Thank God it's sweets and desserts. I haven't had any terrible tastes. But anyways, good stuff. Good stuff. Let me know in the chat if you learned anything that stood out to you. If not, give this a good old think, a good old fashioned college try. Let it marinate, let the images form. Just think about one of these concepts and let your mind play around with the visualization of said concept. It could be the atoms carving grooves into abstract space, into subjective reality. And every time an atom falls into that groove, it's carved even deeper. And by groove, I mean like I said, if I draw a line on a piece of paper, even though the pen might stop, that line motion continues in the abstract plane. And in that way, all of existence on the energetic plane is a continuation of a motion set forth in the beginning. So those motions now, if they are repeated, and if manifestation continues to follow in the footsteps of those motions, the motion carves a deep groove in the abstract plane, which means that every time something follows that groove or follows that pattern, it's kind of held in place. The groove gets deeper, and the energy that falls into that groove, it follows a specific track. It's guided, it's held. The work is done for you. This is how these archetypes are formed. So when you step into an archetype, it's not purely just your will. The frame, the context itself is carrying you across. So just think about that. Much of our lives is the expression of our being, our consciousness, which has fallen into certain grooves, into certain archetypal positions. And we're just living out those archetypal positions. Not just you, but everyone around you. I know you might not like the idea of destiny or fate, but think about the fact that you're on the spiritual path and you're studying the spiritual stuff and you're becoming more aware, but nobody else is. So everybody else in your life is not. So they are most definitely caught up inside of some kind of groove, some type of pattern, some type of archetypal, repetitive construct, right? Everyone around you. So the fact that you might say that you're above that and you're different, even that's an archetype, right? The rebel, the Prometheus, the Lucifer, even that's a groove that's carved out in the story. So we've all fallen into these cosmic characters, and all of our lives, everything that we do fits into a groove that's already been set forth. You didn't create anything. None of us have created anything. This is far too late in the game to create anything. Everything's already been created. The groove exists. If you're an artist, you know that there have been times in your life, many times, where you thought about the perfect idea, the perfect show, the perfect movie, the perfect video game, the perfect anything. And you sat on that idea for so long that somebody famous came out with it, right? The movie that you had an idea of, now you're seeing previews for it. The comic or the anime or the show that you had this idea about, now it's on TV, right? That thing that you imagined, now all of a sudden somebody else is doing it. You're like, oh man, they're stealing my ideas. No, you fell into a cosmic groove and so did they. It's just they had the power to act on it. So we don't create anything. We kind of catch them like butterflies or fish, but nothing belongs to us. We don't even belong to us. With that being said, Become aware of the parts of your life that are on autopilot. Some of that is useful and appropriate, and some of it is worthy of being changed. Only you can decide which is which. But anyways, time to go. Time to go. Thank you for spending time with me as we have read through this book. We will be back next Saturday. I had to take myself a little break. And we will be back next Saturday, continuing with chapter 15 and so on and so forth. Let me show you what I got. So this book came out probably about 2 years ago or so. I think it's pretty useful and appropriate. It's a commentary on the Cosmic Doctrine. The author is John Michael Greer. I saw it before, but I was like, I don't need that. But then I decided, let me check it out. And I'm glad that I did check it out. It's got some pretty great insight on these chapters. Some of the book validates what I've already figured out, and some of it helps to flesh out and bring more understanding on the things that I did not understand. So if you really like this book and you really want to understand what's in it, I would suggest getting this text, a commentary on the Cosmic Doctrine. John Michael Greer. That's a good one. It's a good one. Okay, so that's that. It's been a good session. I always love doing this. The sun rises in 6.5 hours, so I got 6.5 hours of darkness. Do my black magic and dance with the demons under the black moon. The new moon Scorpio energy still kicking. Gonna do some infernal magic and continue bringing about the apocalypse with style. All right, maintain your frame. Remember that you control the context. This is a game, so make sure that you're playing to win. And if you want to play to win, learn the rules, get better, practice, train. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. Love yourself. Stop getting caught up in nonsense and bullshit. Leave that to the NPCs. That's what they're here to do. That's what they're here to do. You don't have to save nobody. You don't have to help nobody. You don't have to wake nobody up. That's not your job. Focus on you. Focus on you. Because if you're trying to save people, you're not focusing on you. And you can't save nobody if you ain't fully aware. And you know what? Let these people be who they are. Love them as they are, or leave them alone. But it's a waste of time to argue, fight, and debate, and try to do this and that. Just focus on you, man. That's it. Just focus on you, woman, person, listening out there. Life can be wonderful. And also remember, one of my favorite parts about these past couple of chapters, your awareness of your environment stimulates the awareness within your environment. So the objects around you are alive too. They have a rudimentary consciousness. So you can influence your environment by interacting with the intelligence of your environment. This is the essence of elemental magic. The objects that are in your home, the situations that you experience with other people, these are elemental forces that have a consciousness of their own, and you can work with them. You don't have to keep dealing with life as it is. If you want to change something, Try interacting with the intelligence of situations and objects around you. Try it. Just try it. Don't theorize about it and pontificate. Try it. Symbolize it, sigilize it, ritualize it. Do the thing. Okay? All right. Be happy. That's all I got. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace. Fortnite time. All right, one more time. One more time.
Oh, so you doing the bending? Is that what it is?